Live streaming is on.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing great and fabulous. Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to all of you to the 11th edition of Smart Manufacturing Summit. And my name is Sanjay Poddar, and I'll be the host for the event. Big thank you to all participants who have taken out time to attend this very special virtual event. This will be a total different experience to all of you. We have given our best to create a virtual platform where you can network, share, gain knowledge, and make it fruitful. This is going to be absolutely amazing experience, and I request each and everyone, please enjoy this, talk to each other, make a full use of this networking. Make sure that you talk to each other, share your business card, and there are a lot many things to do. We have tried our given our best to make a kind of a real experience here. Moving on, without taking much of your time, I'd like to conclude my extending a sincere most thanks to each one of you. Your dedication towards the industry is commendable during this current pandemic crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly introduce to our sponsors for this wonderful event. Our title sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Siemens, Platinum sponsor Info, corporate sponsor Neosoft Technologies, association partner is the Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, and this event is beautifully brought to you by Entrain Business Services. Before we proceed, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give few instructions. You see on the main page where you're logged in, you see there is a small smiley icon on the right hand side. Once you click on it, you'll see the edit profile option, the event bag. You can go there, change if you feel that you have to edit your profile, you have to add some information. There is an option to exchange the business card. Whomever you feel like, yes, I want to talk to this person, you can just click on it. You can exchange your business card with a single click. Then, whatever brochures, whatever information, whatever discussion you're going to have, please make sure that you collect your event bag. Once you click on Smiley at the end of the day, you collect your event bag. It's a humble request to everyone. Please remember that you have to enter exhibition hall in the network session. During the network session, you can visit Siemens Info, Neosoft booths, click on brochures, click on the company logos for more information, and all the video icons to see the information and try to get maximum information. What is the trend? What is the new things in the technology? You will absolutely love it. All right, and yes, one more important thing, you can do a video chat with our booth representatives. So try to explore the booth area much during the network session. You can see on the right hand side, there are chat options, there are video chat options. You can click enter and try to talk to them. Let me tell you guys that we are using a YouTube to live stream this conference to you. So you'll absolutely love it. And to begin with, let me ask you, are you super excited? I hope you're super excited for this different, total different experience, right? So to start with, I want to share a wonderful introduction video. So all eyes at the AV screen, please. So let's begin. Let's have our introduction video. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're super excited. And trust me, the last line was very important. Without your support, this couldn't have been possible. So I hope you're enjoying this virtual, not virtual exactly. It's a kind of a real. We have tried our best to give the real experience. So I'm super excited to start the action. I hope you are as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the action. Now, to start with, I'd like to invite, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kiran Kumar, who is a sales and marketing director, Entrant Business Services, for welcome address. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together virtually to welcome Mr. Kiran Kumar. Here we go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Smart Manufacturing Summit. My name is Kiran. I'm one of the sales and marketing directors with Entrain. It's truly an honor to welcome each one of you present here. Firstly, I would like to thank sponsors, speakers, panelists, and my team for spending hours and hours of time to put together such a fantastic event. It's truly a combined effort from everyone that makes this possible. I would like to say special thanks to all our delegates for showing such respect and having dedication towards the industry. Once again, Team Entrain thanks all of you. Without your support, our success isn't possible. On that note, I would like to give you a quick virtual tour of the platform and how you can make the most of it. Now, for better experience, you can use your laptop or your desktop, maybe a tab. Can I create a business card? Yes, you can. Once you log in, you can click on the down arrow next to the smiley on the right hand top corner and click on edit profile. So once you click on edit profile, you can change your name, your first name, your last name, your job title, your company name, and your desired mobile number that you would like to display, and you can enter your email address. And then click on Save Changes. Before you could click on Save Change, you can click on View Business Card. This is how your business card would look like. Can my colleague log in with the same ID? He can use the same link, but in order for him to log in, he needs to have his own passcode. So he can contact our representatives. They would help him to get his own passcode. How do I exchange business cards? It's pretty simple. There are two ways of looking at it. One, you can click on Quick Network Zone at the lower bottom, right hand corner. You will find all the registered delegates plus also the sponsors. Now you can click on the icon on the right hand side. The moment you click on it, you would see the person's details, and you just have to click on Exchange Business Card. This is as simple as that. You will see a message that says Business Card successfully exchanged. How can I network with fellow participants? There are two ways of looking at it. Again, one, you can click on the Quick Network Zone. You can exchange business card. Second, you can click on the name of the person and you can send a message. Also, you can go to the exhibition booth or exhibition hall. You can click on the exhibition hall on top, or you can click on the exhibition area. So let's go to the expo hall. So you can click on any of your desired booth. For instance, I'll click on Siemens and then I click on quick chat. So I have 3 people. So I can choose who I want to have a network with and I can send them a message. If you want to have video chat with the representatives in the booth, click on the video and you can choose who you would like to have a video chat with. Click on the icon, the video icon, and you can talk to them. How do I visit a booth? Pretty simple. You can click on the exhibition, or you can click on the expo hall, or you can click on the icons or logos of the company. let's say Siemens. Now, in Siemens, you have click to see video and click to download assets. So to download any kind of an asset, you can click to download assets, and you can download white paper, additive manufacturing. These are the brochures in a PDF format. You could try the same thing with Infor. Click on Infor, and you can click on the brochure on the left hand side, and you can go ahead and download any of these options. You could also watch a video by clicking on it, and you could also network with the executives from Infor. How do I ask questions during presentations? To go to the presentations, you can click on Auditorium, or you can click on Conference Hall. To enter, you need to click on Enter to Auditorium. Since you're an attendee, you need to click on Join as Audience. Here, you will have options to ask questions. You can chat, or you have a Q&A option. You can type in the message. This question answer sessions would be for the people who will be presenting at the event. How do I know if someone is trying to interact with me? One, you can interact with the executives in the booth. Second, you can see if anyone's sending you a message. You can see under a notification under the quick network zone. I'll show you an example. The moment you receive a message on the quick network zone, you'll find a red background with a yellow star. That shows that there is a message for you. You can click on it and you can figure out who sent you the message. The first person who appears on top is the person who sent a message. It says, "Hello, I need to know how to network with the representatives. Can I have face-to-face interaction with someone in the booth?" Yes, you can. Choose the desired booth, go to the expo hall, select the booth that you would like to interact with, for example, Siemens, and click on video chat. Select a desired person who you would like to have a meeting with. So let's choose Neha in this scenario. You will see a screen with a video on during a live session, and you can interact with the person. What is notifications? On the right hand lower corner, you have a speaker icon. This is where you'll find notifications about the event. You need to keep a watch throughout the day. You'll see a pop-up, and that would give you information about current happening scenarios. Maybe someone's trying to get in touch with you, or if you're looking at certain solutions, sponsor companies will also be adding messages here. So accordingly, you can go and take a call if you would like to interact with so-and-so people or so-and-so person. So that is a notification. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the platform.
What a wonderful explanation by Kiran. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was Mr. Kiran Kumar from Entrain. And now it's time to start the action. We have a special keynote from Chairman IETE Bangalore. Please put your hands together for Dr. Satyanandan C. So, ladies and gentlemen, I request Dr. Satyanandan C to please take the virtual stage, and let's begin the special keynote.
Good morning, everyone. I am Satyanandan, Chairman IETE Bangalore. At the outset, let me thank the organizers and Train for giving me this opportunity to speak about IETE. IETE is a not-for-profit organization established as a society in 1953. It was inaugurated by the then President, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan. The mission of IETE is to promote the advancement of electronics, telecommunications, information technology, and other allied disciplines. With this goal in view, the institution organizes regular conferences, conventions, symposia, seminars, and workshops on the topical and current issues relating to technical advances. IETE has been recognized as an educational institution of national eminence by Government of India since 1959. It's also a scientific and industrial research organization as defined by the government. With its headquarters at New Delhi, IET has 65 centers, including 2 abroad. The centers in India are clustered as North, South, West, and East zones. IET has on its rolls about 125,000 members, including corporate and student members. In addition, IET has 173 organizational members. Organizational membership of IET is open to educational institutions, R&D organizations, and companies engaged in broad areas of electronics, telecommunications, computer science, and information technology. There are 18 such organizational members attached to IET Bangalore itself, which include Aeronautical Development Agency, Air Force Technical College, CDAC, National Aerospace Lab, and a host of engineering colleges. I shall mention the benefits of becoming an organizational member. One member is elected from among the organizational members to the IET Governing Council for a period of 3 years. All organizational members get invitations to all IET technical seminars, symposia, etc., with complimentary passes for their delegates. An organizational member gets concessional rate for booking IET's auditoria at headquarters and centers, and free copies of IET journals. I invite the companies represented here to become organizational members of IET. Together, let's do great things, as our logo exhorts us to. Individuals with engineering degrees are eligible to become corporate members of IET at various levels, depending on their experience and expertise. They can be associate member, or fellow. Honorary fellow is conferred by IET on eminent persons for their outstanding contributions. IET publishes 3 journals which maintain a high level of recognition. These are IET Journal of Research, IET Technical Review, and IET Journal of Education. In addition, there are newsletters and magazines published by the headquarters and centers. IET recognizes outstanding achievements and has instituted awards for best papers published in its journals, awards for student members for academic excellence, cash prizes for winners of National Technical Paper Contest, means cum merit scholarships, research fellowships, and stipends. IET Bangalore has been recognized as a center of excellence. We plan in the very near future to enlarge our existing IoT lab to equip it for conducting certificate courses, establish an augmented reality facility with the help of PTC India, and further establish facilities in embedded systems and for artificial intelligence courses. I invite Industry Leaders Association in all our activities. Already the Bangalore Center is conducting short-term courses, weekend courses, collaborative projects, internship programs, and our much appreciated summer school in electronics and computers for school children. We are always at the service of the student community, working professionals, industry, and the larger society. IET never sleeps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Satyanandan. That was absolutely wonderful insight. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing, that if you see on the right hand side of your window, you can see there are a few icons: chat, question answers, and polls. So let's make it interactive. If you want to respond anything, you have any questions, keep pouring in. We want to make this session wholly interactive, so that it will not be a one-side communication. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, the action has just started. Now let's begin the serious talk. It's time for the tech talk. The topic is capturing the digital opportunity, the age of connected intelligence. And to speak on the topic, we have a deputy dean from L&T Institute of Project Management, L&T IPM. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. S. Kalirajan. So please welcome Dr. S. Kalirajan. I request him to please be on the virtual stage right now. And here we go.
Yeah, good morning, dear delegates. It's my pleasure to see you all in this virtual environment. And I'm Dr. Kalirajan, working with Larsen & Toubro Limited as a Deputy Dean of Institute of Project Management. And today at this juncture, I'm really happy to discuss and chat with you on a topic called capturing the digital opportunity, the age of connected intelligence. Probably the topic is very, very relevant to the present situation. I'll just share my screen so that we can enter into the discussion. The topic is very, very relevant in the present situation. Every one of us are now connected virtually. And the digital is the answer for any connectivity today. Under such scenario, how this digital opportunity, which has today's environment, how is it going to rule us in the future? Whether it is a manufacturing industry or a construction industry or any industry when you call about, how this digital opportunity is going to rule us. To understand the background of various revolutions which has taken place and transform the world of knowledge and transform the world of opportunities, we started with the Industrial Revolution 1 way back in the 18th century, 1760, when the first steam engine was invented. And before the Industrial Revolution 1, people used to do their agriculture and localized kind of trading, which started expanding to different places because the invent of steam engine has enabled in a faster way. So that enabled the trade to happen between longer places or distant places. Similarly, in the second industrial revolution, which came in 19th century, the mass production, the online production of automobile industry started, which helped to the industry to grow like anything. And in this kind of transition from one industrial revolution to the another industrial revolution, if you see, it has taken more than a decade from first to second. And this one century it has taken. So this in 1 century, lot of jobs have been lost, lot of new jobs have come in. Okay. Similarly, from Industrial Revolution 2 to Industrial Revolution 3, which happened in 1970s, imagine when the computing and automation come into picture. We just, at least myself, I just born just before a few years from this Industrial Revolution. And I am a victim of this particular Industrial Revolution 3, I would say, when the computers have been launched. When I did my college engineering, I was only able to see the computer from a distance. I could not even operate because there used to be only 1 or 2 computers in engineering college. But today, everything is in our palm. We are able to operate everything in our palm itself. There is nothing like, you can see the computer only as an exhibit. No more. So this Industrial Revolution 3 to Industrial Revolution 4, if you see the period, it is not even 50, 60 years. So the period is getting reduced. And we are in, after 2010, the 4th Industrial Revolution started. The 4th Industrial Revolution is talking about connecting everything. Everything connected to everything. So that is the way the world is going to be. So let us just enter into and then see how it is going to happen. If I recall about 20, 30 years back, how a supercomputer used to be. I still remember my early part of my career, just after the college. I was put on to training on finite element analysis at IIT Madras. So during the course, they took us to a processor room. And it was like a supercomputer. There's such a big, vast room in which a big machine was there. And that, all the inputs were to be punched in. Hours together, maybe days together, depending on the input size. You have to wait for days together to get the output. So that is how the Cray 2 supercomputers and other computers processes were working at that point of time. But today we are all operating. iPad was introduced in 2011, just 9 years back. But today we are all operating everything from the palm. At the same speed what a supercomputer was able to give in 1985, we are able to get from a palm top. We are able to get the same speed from the iPad. But not only the same speed of processing, in addition to processing, we are also having additional facilities like the iPad can be used as camera, movie camera. We have a digital compass, microphone, and it has got a speaker. It can be used as a light sensors. Big size has become a smaller size. At the same time, the cost also is drastically reduced. The supercomputers used to cost heavily, and today the iPads and iPhones are very much affordable for the same kind of processor speed. So digital information is hence increasingly pervasive and cost effective, which is helping us in any kind of project delivery, whether it is a manufacturing or a construction or any other industry. So before getting into the real story, I also need to address to you or clarify to you one misnomer which normally we are having it now, the digitalization and digitization. Mostly these two terminologies are being used synonymously in the industry. We also call digitization and we also call digitalization. But if you see literally and if you see actually what happens is, we were using typewriters in the earlier days. And when the computers were, came into picture, the typewriters were stopped and we started using computers for typing. And we had something called scanners later stages. And the scanners helped us to digitalize the written document or a typed document, into a electronic form. So the digitalization is different from a digitization. Digitization in the sense, a physical format of any document or any item that is getting transformed into a digital or an electronic format. So that is what is digitization is all about. And we started even typing the letters, which were about earlier days we used to write the letters. Now we started typing. Maybe you can call emails or nowadays SMS. Everything, whatever communication we were doing by handwritten or writing on a paper and send it by post. Today we are able to do that in the email or in a digitalized format. But what is digitalization? Digitalization is, suppose you take the same example of writing a letter. If I am just typing a letter instead of writing a letter and posting it, it becomes digitization. Because earlier days, I used to write the letter, put it in a cover, stick it with a stamp and put it in a post box and it goes through the postal route. So I have just changed from handwritten to typewriting. So that is digitization. But today, the same process is digitalized. In the sense, I am no more going to the post office. I am no more using a cover and stamp to send the letter. The communication, what I am sending today is just, I am typing it and then sending it electronically. The internet is helping me, the web is helping me, the cloud is helping me to send the information within no time. So the process of transfer of information, the process of communication, which was earlier taking so much of time, today, because of the digitalization, the entire process becomes very, very time efficient and also cost efficient. So let us understand one thing. Most of us are, mathematics and science graduates. We would have infinity. We know the difference between 0 and infinity. So if I ask you a question, whether 0 can become an infinity, yeah, that is what is going to happen tomorrow or the days to come. Today, if you see the situation, COVID-19, the virus, which is totally dominating the world and dictating terms on the world population. What is the size of it? The people say that the entire world is getting affected by hardly 1.5 grams of COVID-19 virus. So if you are able to achieve or do more and more with less and less until eventually we can do everything with nothing. That is called ephemeralization. And I'm seeing that this is happening, and slowly we are reaching to zero to infinity. The day when we were using supercomputers, and today the size of the computers have come down. About 3 decades back, when I started using a desktop, it was a big box for me, and today I'm able to do that with a pop top. The iPhones are able to do much more than what we used to do it in a desktop. So the sizes of the instruments are coming up, sizes of the equipments are coming down, and then we are able to do more and more things out of that. That is what is more important here. And most of you would have seen few of the videos in the internet that there are chips which are inserted into your skin, and just touching a button, you are able to see a virtual screen of your mobile and operate that. So where is the instrument? You don't have the instrument at all. It is all a chip, and the chip can do the entire job of or entire processing of whatever is required. The virtual screens have come, augmented reality has come, virtual reality has come. So all these technologies, latest technologies, which are going to rule the world, is creating that kind of environment where we will be able to do many things with nothing. So that is what is called ephemeralization. Let us discuss on this particular development now. If you look at this particular development, it's a four-tier, four-platform development, which the entire world is going through. When we started the computers, and I'm talking about the third industrial revolution when it started way back in 1960s and 1970s, only the computers were invented, many computers or desktop computers. And those time we were able to do computing on a standalone basis. There were no networks. If I can do computing in my PC and I can take a copy in a floppy disk. Today we are carrying very thin pen drives or very thin storage devices. And those days there used to be floppy disk. It's very flimsy, and many of the times the floppy disk will get corrupted. The data will be lost. It was all the more difficult to hold the data very safely. So the floppy disks and the standalone computing, and without any network, that is where we started our journey. And from there, we came to the next stage in early 90s. You can say that in early 90s there were networks, LAN networks, WAN networks. There were networks. The many computers were connected through cables. So we could create something called interrelated networking in a company environment. Okay, but still there were no possibility of connecting through the cloud, or there was no possibility of connecting through the internet. It was only internal connectivity. And from there we moved on to developing certain apps, applications. And these applications were only centered around within that network. If your company has got certain network, certain apps developed for managing your ERP or managing your pay scales, payrolls, or managing your accounts, this is within your company, within the network which is connected. Maybe some 10 or 100 of your company PCs can be connected in that network, wide area network or local area network. Depending on whether it is LAN or WAN, the number of PCs can be increased. So this era started sharing and collaboration of information between one system to another system, and it has increased the productivity, of course, and decentralization of data capture started happening, and there was a possibility of storage and computing happening at every terminal. But the terminals are connected to a centralized server where you could save the data. Now, from that level, that is the second platform. From that platform, we moved on to the third level. Today, we are in that level, which is called cloud. So, what does it mean, cloud computing? I'm not an expert on IT, but I'm an engineer, core engineering background. So here, today, we look at, suppose I'm buying a smartphone. It can be iPhone 11 or iPhone, the latest version, or Samsung version, any latest version. I can buy that. Even I can spend more money and then buy a latest one. But will it be smarter in case if I don't download or install the apps in it? Certainly no. The phone on its own is not smarter unless and until the phone is supported with more number of apps. Whatever job I'm going to do using a mobile phone is done by an app. So without the app, the phone is no more smarter. It is in the phone, the apps also cannot function as a smarter app. So it is interrelated. Okay, the apps and the capability of the phone or the capacity of the phone is interrelated and married together to give us a smarter feeling. So this particular development in this particular area of the technology has given us a huge amount of flexibility and huge amount of experience. Now millions of apps are there. When the number of apps are going up, the affordability of the smartphones and the affordability of the electronic systems have increased, and the users have gone from millions to billions. Now, in this environment, what's happening is we are all connected through web, we are all connected through social media, we are all connected through mobility. In the sense, today I am in Chennai and tomorrow I can go to anywhere in the world, but still I can have connectivity with all my required people or required systems without any difficulty. So wherever in the world I am, as long as I am connected to the cloud, as long as I am connected to the internet, I am always connected. Okay, I am always connected to my relations or the official connections. Everywhere I am connected. So this particular system has thrown away all the wired LAN and WAN networks. Just imagine all these developments have taken place since 1970. We are hardly 50 years. In this 50 years, so much of developments. Today, if you are able to see a desktop box, probably it will be an antique piece. Within 50 years, that the desktop has become an antique piece. In fact, my own experience, I can tell you, in my house, I bought one laptop maybe about 15 years back, and that has become an antique piece today because it is weighing heavily. Today I have another three, third generation, I would say, the latest, laptop with me. So the old one, that is also a laptop that can also do the same job of what today laptop can do, probably with a lower speed, but that has become an antique piece today because many apps cannot run on that. The operating systems have evolved. So there is old things are going out, new things are coming in. So that is what the world is going to be. And this is rapidly happening. Technology development and technology changes, which is rapidly happening, it's going to impact the entire industry, whether it is manufacturing industry or a construction industry or any other industry, textile industry, or even agriculture industry for that matter. Today, this third platform has created an ecosystem around us. Okay, we are able to compete with different ecosystems, and we are able to have a real-time knowledge flowing. If I am speaking from here, you are all listening across the globe, sitting anywhere in the world. So that is the kind of technology today. Otherwise, earlier time, all of us have to assemble at one place, and then we have to move from one place to another place and assemble at a hotel or somewhere, and then we used to discuss. Today, that situation has changed. The platform, you are able to get a real-time feeling, and you are able to get a real-time view. So that is the technology which has helped us, and this technology has helped us to create a global digital communities. Earlier days, there used to be pen pals. I still remember my own colleagues used to create some friendship through writing letters. Some people create friends in France or Germany. Today you have Facebook, you have LinkedIn, you have so many social media platforms through which you can get friends immediately at a click of a button, and immediately you can start discussion with them, or real time discussions or getting into some interactions or business dealings. And another option today is hybrid business models. There is no harm or there is no difficulty in today to launch a global business. You can be there in Chennai in India and another your partner can be there in Washington, but still both of you can combinedly launch a digital business. So that is the kind of environment ecosystem which is developed today. But this is this going to last for a long? Certainly a big question mark. If this is going to last a long, then no problem at all. We don't need to bother. But is it going to last a long time? Certainly not. The next revolution is really approaching us. Though the fourth industrial revolution just started in 2011, 12, 13, but it is expected that within another decade, probably the fifth industrial revolution will start. And this industrial revolution, the next decade, is going to be the fourth platform which we are going to discuss. So today we have been talking about cloud computing everywhere, and tomorrow we'll be talking about ambient computing. So what does it mean? The millions of apps are going to become billions of apps. And everybody in the world, not only the human beings, even the machines, even the atmosphere, is going to be connected to the net. There is going to be machine intelligence. The sensors are going to play a major role. I was just discussing with my colleagues yesterday how this industry is going to grow, the sensor and actuators, how this is going to send the information. If you're running a manufacturing plant, input is getting less, and the plant which has to receive the component of a plant which has to receive the input, it can send an inquiry to the warehouse or send an inquiry to the storing place whether the stock is available or not. And if you get an information, no, the stock is not available, that system, the warehouse system, can immediately trigger a placement of order to the supplier. So there is no need for any human interfacing in between. The systems can intelligently talk to each other. The machines can intelligently talk to each other. So this kind of, this is not very far away. Of course, it is going to eat away a lot of jobs. There will be a lot of, reskilling, upskilling, new skilling. This is required. If you look at the job 1990, I think there were no courses on computer science in any of the engineering colleges or any of the colleges. Only the private players like NIIT, SI computers, Apple computers. So those kind of Aptech computers, those kind of people are running computer courses. But today, there is no college where we can see which is not having a computer science subject or computer science degree. So the educational system has changed according to the requirement. Similarly, tomorrow, it's going to be much more difficult. Even the computer science is not going to help us out. Why? Because the computers have to talk to the machine. The machine has to talk to the computers. When this machine and computers are going to talk to each other, the human intervention is going to be lost. The works which are repeated in nature, it's all going to be handled by robots. So what is that human being we are going to do? It's a big question mark. We all need to think of it. But that is going to be the ambient computing. In fact, yesterday we were discussing just for as a jovial talk. At home, mothers are supposed to be the good inventory managers, materials managers. Okay, they know that in the kitchen what item is available, what is going to be over, and they will order before it is going to be zero. If the sugar is going to be zero, before one day they will order and get it. If the salt is going to be zero, they will get it. If the rice is going to be zero, they will get it in right time. At no point of time in home, kitchen, you will find shortage of any of these items. Now tomorrow, what if the way, every item you are going to store in a particular way, and that bin itself will have a sensor, and that bin will immediately trigger an order. Because most of us are today ordering through Flipkart or Amazon or Big Basket, like online e-commerce marketing only, even for groceries. So instead of we doing that, there can be a system and sensors can sense the adequacy of the item in the kitchen, and that can trigger of an order. And when the order is delivered to you, automatically there can be another system which will trigger the payment from your account to the supplier, where your blockchain technology is going to dominate what is called smart contracts, smart transactions. So the technology is going to dominate everywhere. So it's not only the manufacturing sector where huge machineries are involved. No, the technology is going to dictate everywhere around us, whether it is in your living room, whether it is in your kitchen, or whether it is in your house. Today we are able to see smart houses. When you're entering, the lights will be on. When you're going out, the lights will be off. So there is a smart energy. Systems are already in place. But these things are going to expand to the entire atmosphere, entire ambient. So where we are going to have perceptions, different ecosystem. Today, some ecosystem is there. We are going to move to a different ecosystem later. And digital communities will be the institutions tomorrow. So that is where the fourth platform is. In this particular time, I would like to add one more thing. To whichever industry you take, there is a design, there is a digital background. We are using a lot of digital tools like drones or artificial intelligence, cloud computing, augmented reality, big data analytics, blockchain technology. Everything is done. Okay, and we also create a 3D model, and we also have ERP systems and then cloud-based data system within an organization. Of course, some organizations may have a cloud servers also. And at the works part today, we have also designed to capture the performance of all the equipments, whether it is an industry, power industry, or construction industry. We are able to capture the performance of the equipments. We are able to put IoT sensors, and IoT sensors, transmits all the information. Understand? Today, we are only doing one at a time approach, islands of automation. So there is a limited integration between the physical layer and the delivery process. And this cannot work in the ambient computing environment. So the ecosystem now is going to be, there are so many connectivities between different processes, directly and indirectly. These connectivities have to be diverted to a common data environment. This common data environment only is going to help us out in executing our manufacturing or a design or a delivery process or even a construction process, anything you name it, it's going to rule the world. Okay, so the common data environment, when I say there are positive, there are negativities attached to that, of course, I'm sure the industry will bring in a lot of solutions, especially cyber security and data security, which is a threat to the entire development. So in the nutshell, if I have to tell that there is a digital layer which is already in place in most of the industries. We have started using digital tools like blockchain technology on smart contracts, big data analytics for predictions, forecasting the supply, forecasting the requirements, and artificial intelligence and data mining. All these things are already being used. And as I told you, that there is a physical layer where a lot of information is gathered, captured at the execution point of view. Now, these two, digital layer and physical layer, has to, if anything is read from the physical layer, that input goes to the digital layer, and the digital layer transforms its decision or transforms its design input, and then gives back the instruction to the physical layer so that the execution becomes automatically refined. So there is no need of any manual intervention to carry the data from the design layer to the physical layer. And this status will be the future, certainly. And anything and everything is going to be dictated by the data and dictated by the system and dictated by the computing mechanism. And that is the ambient computing which we are expecting, the new ecosystem. That's going to be the future. So friends, so it is not the strongest of the species that survives. nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the most adaptable to change. So now the change is very rapid. From 1970 to 2020, there has been rapid changes, and further, the changes are going to be much more rapid. I'm sure all of us will be ready to face this challenge of rapid changes. Let me wish all of you a great day and great enjoying world ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this wonderful insight. And let me tell you, the last line was from Charles Darwin. What a wonderful line it was. The most adaptable will survive. Let me give you a quick example, guys. Do you remember when 1980s, 90s, when computers came to India? All were saying that lots of jobs will get lost. But remember today and see the today's scenario, how many jobs have been created by computers. It's all about adopting a new technology, adopting a new skill, upscaling yourself, cross-scaling yourself. That is very, very important. And now same thing is happening today. Everyone is talking about artificial intelligence. They are talking about DevOps. They are talking about agile. So we have to adopt it. We have to learn this skill, and we have to be master of this skill. Thank you so much for this wonderful insight, Mr. Speaker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's start the real action. The next, we have a keynote speaker. The topic is enabling digital twin for manufacturing. Before I start this, once again, ladies and gentlemen, just a gentle reminder, you have to click on the smiley, as Mr. Kiran from Entrin said. Go to the edit profile, update your details. Don't forget to collect the event back. And please, I request visit our booth at exhibition halls in the network time, in the break time, and please talk to our booth representatives. You'll see in the corner the option called video chat. There are many options. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And now the keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the topic is enabling digital twin for manufacturing. And to speak on this topic, we have technical director from Siemens Digital Industry Software, Mr. Ayappan Ramamurthy. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ayappan. Over to you. I'd like to welcome him on the virtual stage.
Welcome you to the Smart Manufacturing Summit. My name is Ayappan. I'm from Siemens. Never we have seen the kind of change that what we have seen today, and the need for smart manufacturing has never been so important as we look at the smart manufacturing, what we are going to see now. Let me share my screen. So if you look around today, the products, the whole environment is getting extremely smart. The products are connected, they become more intelligent, and it has become very personalized as well. So this has increased the level of complexity. Because the number of products and variants are high. And not only that, to make the product smart, where you have the convergence of electrical, electronics, mechanical, software, everything needs to work together. And this leads to an explosion of complexity. For some, they would like to minimize the complexity, but true innovators are those who are able to manage this complexity and take it as a competitive advantage. Now, how to do that? Because of the increase in complexity, the manufacturers face a challenge of how do you do that effectively? The costs are escalating, the time to introduce the products are increasing, as well as the issues related to quality and so on. Now, the true innovators are those who are able to look at digitalization as a strategy to be their competitive advantage. So, how do you have digitalization as a strategy to make it as a competitive advantage? So, there are a lot of technologies which are there in terms of additive manufacturing, IoT, advanced robotics, generative engineering, personalization, and so on. Now, how do you combine these technologies and look at holistically the complete business? What are all the business challenges to look at what are facing today, and what the business is going to look at from the future perspective, and look at it both from a product perspective, production perspective, and also how do you acquire and improve the business from the customer side of it. Look at the digitalization as a whole and as a strategy to take that as a competitive advantage. Now, if you don't do that, then there are some manufacturers who look at it from a technology aspect only. So, for example, if somebody looks at the production and would like to have an IoT as a system, then it becomes you take this data, connect it across to the cloud, and look at trying to get advantage out of it, and then it gets really stuck to look at what is the cost of implementation, what are the real business benefits, and are we going to solve this problem? How how do I optimize my batch size? Where is the bottleneck? So on and so forth. There's a lot of questions which are coming in. Now, how do you connect it across the information from the physical world to the real world? So in this case, production to production planning, and the insights which needs to go in from the production to production planning, and the changes which needs to get populated from the production planning to the continuous improvement into the production. Now, the way to look at is to look at holistically and innovate across the complete production and product life cycle. So when you start from a product, taking the voice of the customer or the market requirements, creating the product design digitally, and creating it as a smart product, and also validating that. Now this, once the product is validated, how do you move this information across to the production planning, looking at what you're going to make in-house, what is going to come from your suppliers, and the bill of materials, as well as the 3D models and the other associated information. Now, taking that information, look at how do you sequence the production, how do you create the production in a digital format, what are all the operations which will be required, what for doing those operations, what tools, fixtures, gauges you're going to employ. Can you do that in the existing line? Do you need to set up a new line? What kind of changes which need to happen on the fixtures and tooling? What will be the investment cost? Is there a way where you can improve the flexibility? Is there a way where you can reuse the existing facilities and the resources? Now, doing that digitally will solve the problem when actually go into production, where you have a smooth introduction of new product into the production, than having a challenge where the challenges related to the introduction, where the cycle time issues, the product not meeting the the specific fixture and gauges, and there is a shop floor change which will be required, not meeting the quality quality information, quality build quality requirements, and there is a delay and there is a ramp up. So then these cause issues. So doing it digitally with the production planning and then executing inside the production leads into a smooth introduction of product into the production, and again connecting across through the complete logistics, delivering it to the customer, where the information, where the product goes into the customer, and where we are able to completely monitor and look at how the products are being utilized, how the production is being done, look at it from IoT, and then look at the analytics to see the insights, so what the issues are and how the performance has been. Now these information, the insights, now we are taking into the product, taking into the production planning on the virtual side of it. So the right side, what you're seeing as a production, and the product or the real, the physical side of it. Now the information from the physical side, we are bringing it into the virtual side, where these insights are taken into the product to make changes, to make it more smarter, to make it more efficient, more having a better quality than what it is there, to avoid the problems which has been faced. So you have the learnings which are there. Now these informations, these knowledge which is coming in, you evaluate through various what if analysis and the high fidelity simulation kind of scenarios, where you're able to drive the improvements into the product, and improvement into the product in product and production as well. Let's look at how some of these companies have achieved these smart production through this digitalization strategy. So moving, first example I would like to bring across is Mino. So here this is a Chinese manufacturer of production lines, and obviously he's not into mass production, and there's a high labor oriented, high technology but high labor oriented. And his business problem is, how do you manufacture these lines without physically building it and doing the testing? So here, what Mino uses is ability to use the virtual commissioning as a part of smart manufacturing to deliver an error-free and a faster ramp-up. So he's able to create a virtual, production of the digital twin. Now, what he is able to achieve business side of it is able to complete faster by 30%. So he's able to improve the top line, able to do more projects, and that's direct business benefit. Another side of it is able to do all this in offsite. Now he is able to minimize the time spent by his engineers on site. So that's a significant amount of 35% reduction, where he's able to do this commissioning offline. And that's a huge saving on the profits, and huge improvements on the profit and the profitability, which is actually getting into the level where he is using digitalization as a competitive advantage. Moving from the small build-to-order manufacturer to consumer product, here in this case Electrolux. So as everyone knows, Electrolux, very large manufacturer of white goods, more than 50 plus facilities across the globe, and making more than 60 million products annually. Now their key question is, how do you minimize the inventory? How do you minimize for them each percentage is going to be a significant impact on their overall profitability. So how do you minimize the inventory, and how do you avoid the unnecessary investments in terms of production lines? Basically, like how do you utilization, maximize the production capacity from the existing line? So that's been the issue for Electrolux, and they looked at digitalization as a strategy, as a part of their industry 4.0. Now what they looked at is can we have a digital factory? So before making any changes on the shop floor, on the physical side, they created the factory digitally to look at how to introduce the new products faster. So as they are in the consumer product business, being first to the market is really very important. Now, to bring this product faster, they would like to get it first time right. There are no chances for rejection, rework, and ramp up kind of scenarios, because then that actually it spoils their brand. So like to get it first time right, and for that they use the digital factory to introduce the product digitally while the product is in the development stage, using the digital factory. And what they are also able to do that with the digital factory is able to improve the utilization, whereby they are able to save the additional investments normally which would be done if there were no digital factory, which is very significant. So in this case, they are able to quote more than $2 million savings on the factory, because they are able to utilize the production better, able to have this digital twin, using this digital twin to optimize the production, and have the improvements on this faster to market, which actually improves the top line. There is a savings on the bottom line as well, and the complete digitalized process, which makes the overall process very, very efficient. We come down into Indian company here, in this case small and medium enterprise, Sansera. They are based in Bangalore. They have several facilities in and around Bangalore. What they looked at, they supply components for the automotive and other industry. They would like to improve the plant productivity and also reduce the investment costs. So they've been growing well, but they also would like to see that how well they can efficiently use the existing plant and avoid the additional investments on the facility, extract more of what they have. And for that, they looked at creating the complete plant digitally, right from how the material comes inside the factory, going through the washing, cleaning, degreasing, doing the forging process, the milling, grinding, heat treatment, machining process, the assembly. So every aspect of the cycle time, the MTTR, MTBF, is being looked at, number of people, number of resources, machines which are there, the shift patterns that they need to operate. So every aspect of it, they put that digitally, and looked at. Once you have the digital twin, now they are able to optimize, maximize the utilization of the resources, maximize the utilization of manpower, the shift pattern, optimizing the batch sizes, and thereby also maximizing the utilization of the overall plant, which leads to actually a reduction in the investment that they require in terms of creating an additional capacity. That gave them a competitive advantage in terms of cost. So that basically leads to a huge leverage of the digital twin to simulate and optimize the production of their current facility. Now, I would like to take another example. So, example in this case where in BMW, where the digital twin or the digitalization is taken for improvement of the energy. So, the welding lines or the body inverter lines, as they call, are one of the huge consumers of energy. So, the engineers at BMW try to optimize it. So, using the digital twin. So the data from the actual line is taken across, and exactly how the changes happen, the cycle times, the time taken for the changeover, how much the lines are being utilized. Every aspect of these shop floor is taken. This information from the shop floor is taken into the simulation side. So from the physical, this data goes into the digital side. Now, with the digital, the engineers at BMW are able to simulate it, optimize it, and also change the PLC programs and execute this PLC changes, whatever they have done, into the shop floor back. What they're able to achieve, with the optimization is really a significant improvement in the energy savings. So, in this case, in one single line, they're able to save about 3 million kilowatt hour. So, in a single line, of the weld line what they have. And important to note here is there are no additional hardware investments. So without any hardware investments, they are able to save 3 million kilowatt hour in a single line. BMW has more than 30 plants, and you can multiply the number of lines which may be there, more than 50 lines which may be there. Now, you see the amount of savings which could directly go into the profit for BMW. In addition, it was also helping it to become more greener. You see the reduction of 550 tons of carbon dioxide, annually. So, digital twin connecting to the shop floor, getting this information from the shop floor, looking at taking this information from the real information from the shop floor to the digital, and then running through the continuous improvement. You can see the level of productivity what would be achieved, the combination of the physical and digital working together. Another interesting example we'd like to see is Danfoss, where the variations are very high. The product configurations are very high, and the volume is also very high. So it's a unique combination. Normally, you have a high level of variation and a low volume, or a high volume and a low variation. But here, is a scenario where there is a high volume, high variation, there's huge amount of manual work which is also involved. So that also breaks, the scenarios that smart factory needs to be highly automated, kind of scenario. It need not be. Smart factory needs to be more profitable, needs to bring you a competitive advantage, and the amount of manpower is required is depending on what will suit the business. So here, in Danfoss, the digital strategy for them is first to connect across the horizontal integration, where taking in the customer requirements, designing the product, building this product, virtually validating it, and then introducing this product into the shop floor according to the customer specific configuration. Executing the customer order into the shop floor to look at the visibility, traceability, the date of delivery, the quality of build, and so on. And also use this information across, to ensure that there is a continuous improvement, improvement in the cycle time, improvement in the first pass yield, and so on. So, being a high level of manufacturing intelligence and integration across the product and production life cycle that Danfoss is able to achieve. This example here, it is in our own factory in Hamburg, where here the machine actually is cutting the PCB board. So this machine, after several hours, it actually goes. There is a breakdown which happens, which primarily because of the dust coming in from the PCB board, which enters into the spindle. And it obstructs the movement, and there is a breakdown. So what our engineers did in Hamburg factory is add this device, which we call the IoT device, along with the anomaly detection for predictive maintenance, is the AI. Now, the information from the machine is continuously collected across, and what this AI could observe is before the failure actually happens, there is an increase in current as well as a decrease in speed of the spindle operation, which the AI breaks automatically. And what we are able to achieve with this prediction is able to predict the failure 2 days in advance and 100% of the time. So it never misses it. And what by avoiding this breakdown, what this factory in Hamburg, what you're able to achieve for the 18 machines which are doing similar kind of activity is about 200,000 euro saving per annum. Next example I'd like to showcase is of Hamlet, which makes the industrial valve for a lot of critical applications, and part of their Industry 4.0. They would like to look at this as a business opportunity, and taking this as a business opportunity and offering this as a service. So one could give a highly value-added service in terms of avoiding any critical failures from the business standpoint. And from Hamlet, where they are able to create additional revenue stream, which by promising increased safety, avoiding downtime, as well as boosting the performance by the continuous monitoring through the IoT, what they are able to achieve. So this becomes a business, not only be a competitive advantage, but additional revenue stream for Hamlet. Moving in on the smart manufacturing, where Polar is from Finland, where they're creating this smart product. Here is a smart watch, where, as you can see, the complexity is extremely high. Where it's a combination with it's a small device which could do a lot of performance tracking for the professional athletes in terms of balancing the size, weight, ergonomics, functionality, and they're able to bring all this together through the technology. So the smart manufacturing become a competitive advantage. It's not only about working on the shop floor, because they need to continuously update this product. Otherwise, what happens is they may be able to make it completely efficient, manufacturing. But the product changes. If the market is not there, then the whole, the efficiency of the shop floor is of completely no use. And there are several examples of this where the shop floor is efficient, but the whole business, is not there because, the market or the demand from the customer side is eliminated. So it's important not to look at individual silo of manufacturing, but how holistically, here in this case where Polar is able to look at creating the smart product and also introducing this smart product, which is personalized, connected, and smart, which gets into the factory. Coming back into Asia, so this manufacturer, based in Vietnam, so called VinFast, would like to lead the automotive business in Southeast Asia. So the key question is, can digitalization help in becoming a leading car manufacturer in Southeast Asia? So they partnered with Siemens to create a digital enterprise right from the start to build the factory. So it's a new factory. So to build the factory, to start production, create the products, and create this product right across for the requirements, which is tuned with the local market, and looking at validating these products, creating the digital factory before they actually, created this physical factory to get it first time right, and connect across from the product design, product validation, production engineering, production automation, and going through the customer service as well, integrating the complete value chain to create a highly scalable and flexible production line, right through the the engineering and the manufacturing process. What VinFast is able to achieve is able to bring, able to become 50% faster to market, deploy the complete digitalization tools across the enterprise, both from engineering and manufacturing, and also including the automation as well. So the digital twin has become a core portion of the digitalization strategy for VinFast. So, smart manufacturing, if you look at what the future factory is going to be, can we reimagine the future of your factories, both in terms of the products, the market, as well as the production? So, if you look at the history, typically moved in from more fixed and manual, and there is a high level of flexibility. You have completely manual system, but when you increase the automation, we are currently in the level where there is a high level of automation, but everything is specific for a particular product or product variants, and you need to move towards where there is a high level of flexibility, and to move from an automation to an autonomous systems, where you look at the cyber physical systems, which is able to configure itself depending on the production, depending on the product that it needs to manufacture, the variants it needs to manufacture. Now you can see that there is, there are more AGVs, there are no fixed fixtures and tooling, but the product comes in and it is provided to the right location, and the information of what instructions needs to be done and what operations need to be followed for the specific product that needs to get built. So how can we reimagine towards becoming more flexible, more autonomous, and smart and self-adjusting? That can happen only when we are able to reimagine the future of our manufacturing, and that needs to become we need to become a complete digital enterprise. So how do we become a digital enterprise? So you can become a digital enterprise when you can actually merge the virtual world with the physical world, to take the information from the virtual world to optimize and realize the changes from the virtual world to the real world, and take the data, information, and insights as the overall performance, issues, failures, whatever it is, and then bring this information into the virtual world to expand across and do this continuous improvement. And that needs to expand across from product to production. So to create the digital twin of product, where you're able to imagine the product, smart product, which is connected, intelligent, smart, where you are able to digitally create it along with the electrical, electronics, and software. Not only the looking at all this information, but also validate as a complete system. And once you're able to validate, pass on this information to production planning, where you are able to take this information and validate the production digitally before going into the shop floor. So the product, which is a smart product, now you're able to do that as a smart production by doing the virtual validation of the plant, of the quality, of the tooling and fixtures, the human ergonomics, as well as the automation. You're able to do that completely digitally, and this information you pass on, through various technologies, to ensure that you are able to send the right information to the shop floor, so that the right products are built and the right specifications are given to the operators of the machines at the right time. And you're able to execute it, you're able to schedule it optimally, you're able to track it, and also ensure that there is a faster delivery to the customers, and you're able to promise that and execute it as well. Now, the same information going into the final customer through the logistics, and they're also able to service and improve the complete performance, at the shop floor side digitally. So when you look at every aspect of it, to become a smart manufacturing in your shop floor, what you have to look at is, able to look at the digital twin as a complete digital enterprise. Reimagine the product and production from the virtual side of it, connect it across to the real production and real product, and that's the way where we are able to innovate, innovate the complete life cycle of product and production. That's the way which leads to smart manufacturing. Thanks for this opportunity, and enjoy this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that was absolutely wonderful session by Mr. Ayyappan from Siemens. And that was absolutely beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's an interactive time. And let me tell you that we are going to talk to you. How? If you see on the right-hand side of the screen, there are 3 buttons. Some people have already started chatting. There are 3 icons you can see. Let me quickly just tell there are chat, then there is something called as where you can ask your questions and polls. So I request you to please concentrate on the three dot, expand it, and try to interact with each other. And now it's time for the poll session. I request Mr. Speaker to please come back again. Please turn on your camera again so that everybody can see you. We have Mr. Appen in the room. Welcome, sir. Hi, how are you?
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope there are a lot of new things, and I think it's a great pleasure joining this session. Thank you.
What a wonderful insight. I mean, this was something eye-opening for me, and I hope people have absolutely loved it. Before I launch the poll, quick question from my side. In this COVID situation, I mean, how does it impacted the digitalization?
Yes, a lot of us, are part of it, where we have to operate our shop floor, operate the factories. A lot of times there are challenges. There are people who are there who need to be there in this situation. Now, digitalization, it helps in two ways. One, it has the process. It has the ensure that there is a digital way to capture the knowledge, best practices, and the action to be done. That this knowledge and the action is percolated across, democratized, and so more people can use it. So it's not dependent on single people, single person, or anything. And second, it also helps to connect with remotely, whether the person is physically available or remotely available wherever they are, so that they are able to manage this situation. So digital is becoming more and more effective, more and more cost effective, and not just an improvement, but also ensuring that the business continuity happens with the digital.
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. And now it's time to launch a poll. So I request all the audience to please concentrate on the screen. You just have to refresh your screen. Please refresh your screen and you'll be able to see the poll. So I request please refresh your screen and you'll see the poll on the right hand side. Yes, and please answer click on the poll tab on the top and please answer. I'll wait for 1 minute until you answer the poll. Let me make a quick announcement that you have to click on the question button as well and keep asking the questions. Keep typing your questions. Mr. Speaker is here. He will be happy to answer them. So I request each and every one, please click on the Q&A tab as well and start typing your questions. We are waiting for your questions till you answer the poll. And Mr. Appen, until the people answer the question on the poll, they type the questions. Let me ask you this one as well. So I saw that the digitalization, the automation happening at every segment. Take it a car, take it a two-wheeler bike, take it the watch, take it any kind of a shop floor. Which is the most challenging one?
Everything has its own unique set of challenges. They begin small. Whether it is highly automated or highly people oriented, there are challenges associated with that. The whole aspect of it, the main important challenge, I would say, from my perspective, is to identify the business problem which would give a competitive edge. Let's not look at where it is a technology problem definitely can be solved, or there are different ways where you can work it around. But important aspect of it is to ensure what will give the business and competitive edge. I think if that challenge is not identified, or that is not thought through, then everything becomes we are stepping in the wrong direction. I think getting that is the business aspect of it is more challenging, because you have to really reimagine how the future is going to be. That's very hazy. So there are a lot of manufacturers who are doing parts for example, say two-wheelers. Now, if it becomes electric, in a year, 2 years now, how they reimagine to ensure that there is a business and there's a growth in the business, with really all these aspects in place, and not just look at smart manufacturing and then I do everything, but the market has gone away. So that's basically the important aspect of it. And second is to ensure that we are able to look at things holistically. I think these two are big challenges, be it any industry.
All right, so we have questions coming up. We have a question from Kumar Sen. The question is, do you have any use of case for pharma API OSD plant automation? Would like to know, as we are in the discussion of automation about plants quality department.
Sure. In fact, the pharma, if you have seen the last, it was very small though. is specifically on the pharma, CPG kind of industries where the formulation, right from the formulation. So, where you create and conceptualize products to take into the, laboratory information management system, testing it across, on the shop floor as well, where the compliance, are very, very stringent. So you get the certification, to get the labeling process, you have the multi-language kind of things, and also online, and, the offline testing to ensure that the regulatory conditions are met, and the improvements, from the operations side, say the digital twin. So you create the digital twin of the process. So either the energy consumption or the production activity, the people related. All these are completely applicable for the pharma industry, the CPG industry as well. There are several examples, and there are a lot of things which we are doing in India as well. So it's definitely a very, very important portion of it, and there is a high importance more because there is a lot of regulatory pressure in place as well. So definitely there are a lot of examples on the pharma side.
All right, so thank you so much for taking this up. What Kumar Sena is asking is one more important question: that is it possible to interact with you after this? Yes, let me tell you that you can
Absolutely.
interact with our speaker. And how you can do that? That you can visit Siemens booth. He'll be available there in the break section. You have any questions, please take it up there. Definitely, it's an request to everyone. Please visit Siemens booth and talk to the booth representatives. Our speaker will be ready there. All right. The next question is: rapidly changing technologies and invent of new technologies are the prime challenge in digital opportunities. Your take on this?
Yes, technology keeps changing. What we cannot, and again, if you look at it, this digital twin and the physical scenario, and that is the area we need to connect the digital with the physical, because unless we do that, the continuous improvement does not happen. It is not, again, a lot of people tell the digitalization is not a destination, it is a journey, and what is good today, is not good for the future, or may not be good for the future. So this scenario needs to be continuously updated, and that is the reason you need to have that, the digital twin and the connectivity framework, which is basically the virtual side is always looking ahead. Physical side is actually, basic or what is going to happen in the future, you are continuously optimizing it. So these technologies, what is relevant, what is important, so you can actually test it physically, test it virtually before deploying it on the physical side as well. So there will be more and more, technologies, and there will be breakthroughs in 5G and the lot of nanotechnology, a lot of things which are coming in. Additive is getting a lot more, commercialized or democratized, as we would see. Possibly we can see more and more places where we see this, happening in our regular operations as well. Now, the important aspect of it is not just to get focused on any one or two technologies, but whole framework, and look at it as a business, look at it holistically to ensure which one we are able to do it, because the disruptions can happen anywhere, and it is not just what we are doing, but what the competition is doing. Probably, this completely changing the market. Then how quickly we are able to respond to that, because we need to have that ensure that, because always, obviously, preferably we disturb the market, but that is not always, if we are working on one disruption, there are certain other things, or the competition will be working on other areas as well. How quickly we are able to respond, the digitalization becomes a important aspect. We are able to respond to the competitions.
Thank you for taking this up. And the last question in the section, I request everyone, we have still more time. Please type in your questions. You see the three options on the screen, right hand side top. Click any one of it. You can see in the center Q&A tab. Type your questions. Keep coming in. Our speaker is happy to answer them. All right. Sunil Bharadwaj is asking the question: what are some of the challenges in capturing digital opportunities?
Challenges in capturing digital opportunities. The main aspect of it is you have to look at it market as a whole, and market where they're able to. The whole globe is a market today with the digital in place. You're not restricted to the local areas, or where you're closer to the end user or the OEMs where you are supplying. Now with the digital and connectivity available, and through the internet, the whole globe is available, the whole world is available for the business. Now, how do you take advantage of it, and how do we connect? Because the requirements, what we do today, what we do to the existing customer may not be the exact same which will be required by somebody sitting in Netherlands or Africa. But how well we are able to connect, get this business network, and we are able to utilize these opportunities. I think that really needs reimagination. So we cannot reimagine only manufacturing. We have to reimagine our whole business, and that's basically where the digital comes into play, able to connect and also service all these businesses, and that's where the technology plays a major role in this acquiring the business and servicing the customers as well.
Thank you so much. And the last question coming up is from Deepak Sharma. He's saying, you provide some use case of using AI in cement manufacturing process, how it will benefit us.
Okay. So one of the scenarios where we worked is, on the cement industry is there is a lot of consumption of energy. Energy becomes a significant portion of cement manufacturing. So where we looked at is how do we use this analytics, how do we use this simulation to run this plant digitally, do the simulation of this complete plant, and do the optimization. So you have some case studies and success stories around this where you're able to save several crores for one of the companies in India, and there are a few others who have adopted it for gaining similar advantage as well. So we'll be happy to share with you additional details in a one-to-one meeting.
All right. So with this, thank you so much. Before you go, let me tell you all attendees, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to visit Siemens booth. A speaker will be there. He'll be happy to take up your questions if you have further any questions. And sir, before we wind up, I'd like to just share the poll results with everyone. So we have 1 minute of time. You
Sure.
can see my screen, and I'll be happy to share the poll results. And here we go. All right. Let me know. Look at the data. 16 responses we have got. What technology will be important for your organization? The first question, you can see the responses. IoT, data analytics is leading on. The second question was selecting the challenges in implementing smart manufacturing. Look at 56.3 is cost per ROI. Look at this graphic representation, how important smart manufacturing initiative in organization, and look at this competitive advantage, and look at the last one. I hope this has given a clear picture from the response you are getting. Thank you so much. And we're happy to share you. Thank you so much, speaker, for your time. Thank you once again. It has been absolutely wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure. Have enjoyed it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying this session. Now let's move on to the next one, which is very, very important. And it is, again, an action-packed session. Let me tell you the details quickly. I request everyone, please be seated now. This is very, very informative. Fueling innovation for modern manufacturers. And to speak on the topic, we have Head of Business Consulting from Info, Mr. Bino George. So till I invite Bino George on the virtual stage, I request everyone, please keep your questions ready, keep pouring in, and we'll take it up. Here we go.
Yeah, hi, good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bino George. I represent Infor. I'm Director Consulting, Solution Consulting with Infor for Infor India. And it is my great pleasure to actually join you all and share my thoughts and my company's thoughts and solutions with you in the given slot that I have. Thank you. So here I share my screen. I hope you all can see my screen. And so the topic for today is fueling innovation for modern manufacturers. And as Infor is a platinum sponsor for this event, we are delighted to join this event and the sponsors to speak about our perspective, our solutions to the manufacturing company. Infor, I don't know if you know about it, but we are one of the largest ERP business application providers, and we are also providing all types of business applications for manufacturing industry, many verticals within the manufacturing industry. Today's agenda that we have planned for today is the current state. Let's look at what Industry 4, where's the whole journey, one slider on that. Then the digital journey, and when you say Industry 4.0, inevitably it overlaps with the digital journey. So I'm going to take the liberty to speak about digital journey also, or the digitization as they call it. And why Infor? What is that Infor is doing that I think should, we believe manufacturing sector should sit up and have a look at. So what's the current state? Let's have a look at the current state. This has been the road for Industry 4.0. So there was 17.8, we know all of this, the productivity gains in the 18th century, then came the 20th century, and then we had the Industry 3.0 in 1970, and now we are almost in the early steps, or maybe just in the morning of a new day for Industry 4 in 2020. So keeping this in mind, one of the things that come to me, and I came across this and I found it really interesting in our times now, is who led the digital transformation of your company? Is it your CEO, CTO, or is it COVID-19? Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the joke, there's a great meaning here. COVID-19 itself has driven a lot of digitization and Industry 4.0 kind of components being put in place very quickly. Otherwise, it would take its own sweet time. So this, I think, give a serious note on some of our technology enablements that's happening, because when we got caught with this pandemic, many of us had to really spend much time trying to find out ways to work remotely and to do a few things remotely. So having said that, when you look at Industry 4.0, these are some of the key companies. We have a cloud, we have an AI or artificial intelligence, we have networks. So you may have a ERP solution that is very, very intrinsic for your, or a transaction system for your enterprise. You may be talking through a EDI or through another cloud solution, supply chain solution to other ERP solutions. You may be using Internet of Things or industrial Internet of Things to connect some of your equipments and get some more wisdom and data on it. You would be integrating with a whole bunch of applications, and of course, we say analytics, putting the data in context and ensuring that we make some sense out of it, and it allows us to take rapid decision making. So these are some of the key components. Infor sees these are key components for the Industry 4.0 to be deployed within manufacturing, right? So there are some drivers. Let's look at some drivers. So we have the productivity driver, the first one. All production processes have come to or plateaued out from a productivity perspective. Then we see new business models emerging. There are manufacturing companies that are also going into providing service around some of the products that they're giving. There are mass customization, which is the last point on the screen. And you will find these are some things where new business models have been spoken about. There is no more competition. With vendors, you don't have a supplier relationship. Now it's more of a collaboration relationship. Then you have smart manufacturing. The whole issue about connectivity is improving, and we're going to smart manufacturing. Computing to share data globally. In the sense now there are companies which are sharing data globally, and they don't have to actually upload something, send something through Excel. ERPs can talk to other enterprise solutions, and all of those kind of capabilities are possible. Then we have a new generation of workers. They are ones who are very intuitive. They've learned consumer grade application capabilities, and they look forward to this kind of capabilities in business too. So it's very important to know that that is the kind of workforce that we're looking at. And finally, customer demand is got into customization or hyper customization, as in some consumer facing industries. So these are some of the drivers that's driving the Industry 4.0 wave, the initial 4.0 waves that we're looking at. Of course, if there are drivers, then there are roadblocks too. Then comes the problem of disconnected business systems. When I say disconnected business systems, I know of companies where talk about 3 or 4 applications used internally, and they claim that it's an ERP, which is a very poor foundation to set your Industry 4.0 on. Lack of executive buy-in. It may be a a project by the engineering department or by the maintenance department, and if it doesn't have executive buy-in, it will not fly, the whole industry 4.0. No roadmap, in the sense you don't know what are the use cases and what are the potential ROIs, and you are actually just looking at other companies doing something and trying to replicate it. It will not work for you as a company, as an enterprise. And of course, last but not the least, having a unified data strategy. Anything in Industry 4.0 that you deploy, there are many components in Industry 4.0. Any one of those, if you deploy, you will get tons of data. And once you get tons of data, if you don't know how you're going to unify your data and study your data and get new insights, it's going to just drown your enterprise with data, right? These are some roadblocks that are there that we have seen. So let's look at the digital journey. What is really areas where digital journey or Industry 4.0 starts spreading out is, a couple of them is in the workforce, a couple of them are in the supply chain, the customer experience, the business model, the manufacturing execution, product innovation. Then we have assets, the whole connected assets, cyber systems, all of that connected assets that comes into that space, and customer experience, configured products, innovative products, new services, product quality. So some of them would be hardware sensors based, and some of them would be new business applications, talking to your existing business applications and extending your digitization capability or digital journey, which allows you to also consume Industry 4.0 data sets as they come in from different levels of your organization. So why Infor? Infor is in India, we are not very known, but we have been in India for the last 25 to 27 years. We have a employee strength in India of around more than 5,000 people. And in globally, we are a US-based company, 30 years of expertise in manufacturing. When I say manufacturing, it is discrete manufacturing and process manufacturing. We have specific ERPs or solutions around that. We have 16,000 manufacturing customers. We have got one of the first industry cloud suite. So we have a manufacturing cloud suite that is there, discrete manufacturing and process manufacturing separate. We spent around $2.5 billion US dollars over the last 5 years in our development. So if you look at our solutions, you'll find that they are very, very consumer grade interactive screens and analytics that you will find. Our SaaS, we have SaaS offerings. Our SaaS is based on AWS, so we don't believe in doing everything ourselves. We are a pure business application company, and we do the whole thing around the business application. And finally, some of our components are also Gartner Magic Quadrant leaders. So that's Infor for you in a very, very small nugget of information. Some of our customers, so there are customers who are using our artificial intelligence, which we call as Infor Pullman. Then there are customers who are using our data lake, Infor Data Lake on the cloud. And these are all customers in the US and in Europe and in Australia. And we have customers in India who have deployed on-premise ERP to our technology layer, which is on the cloud. So we are slowly seeing Indian customers adopt to taking to these technology, Industry 4.0 kind of technology or digitization kind of technology into their landscape. We also see some of the components for the digital operations, so the main components that we provide, but these are some of our significant ones. We have Infor OS, which is our digital platform for Industry 4.0 integration, extensibility, social collaboration, IoT, and artificial intelligence. We have Nexus, which is our global supply chain solution on the cloud. We have functional applications like PLM, WFM. WFM is workforce management. CPQ is configure, procure, quote. These are the kind of solutions we have. We have an enterprise asset management, which is very mature, which allows you to scale your machines to predictive and prescriptive maintenance using artificial intelligence. And then we have industry cloud suites, like I mentioned earlier. And last but not least, we have a analytics tool, which allows you to see data in its context so that you are able to immediately respond to it and make very, very influential or very, very decisive decisions that you can have to take. Here is a deployment. So here are different sources of data from your equipments, which will be pulled into your Infor OS and AWS, which will do your extensibility, integrations, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and data management. Data could be structured data or unstructured data. Then we have the business application layer, which is your ERPs or your workforce management, your asset management, your customer experience, and analytics, which allows you to see insights. Finally, and then you will see the customer continuous care, that is operations, services, support, helping you, taking actions, insights from bursts allow you to take action for all of the operations, services, and support. Now I've broken this whole thing down to, like we saw in the journey, a couple of very specific areas. So be with me on this. There's a lot of things that we are planning to cover. Here is the process optimization part. So when it comes to process optimization, we have tools called Infor OS Cloud Suite, Infor OS Cloud Suite, Infor Nexus, Coleman, which is our AI, and Burst. And if you look at some of our Burst or Coleman, Nexus, which is our global supply chain solution. Here are some global supply chain dashboards that we have on our Cloud Suite, which allows you to do control center kind of analysis where you see where the demand is coming from and where the supply is and where do you reroute it. So this has been a tracking which happens on your shipping vessels or your air freight. All of that can be tracked real time within the application, which is a cloud-based deployment of Infor Nexus. Then we have Coleman, which is our artificial intelligence, which becomes your chatbot, which becomes your interactive advisor, which gives you data from inside your ERPs and other applications while you chat. Where is my certain order? And it will tell you what the status of the order is. So it brings data, provides data to the user as we go ahead. So we have shop floor visibility, we have business that we will do holistic planning, we have commerce networks and all of that. Let's go ahead. Then we have burst kind of analytics. Here are some burst analytics, which allows you to take maps, which allows you to look at revenue growth and then do drill downs to this. So from a enterprise-wide application of your analytics, you can drill down and go and find what you want, see profitability, see what is selling, see what is not selling, see what is where it is stuck in manufacturing or where it is stuck within your sales. So very, very powerful capabilities for dashboarding, which is there, which ultimately is what you would do from all the data that you get from Industry 4.0. Even it could be sensor data, all of that, you will progressively start the whole thing. So you have for finance, you want to see what is the dates of outstanding and all of that capability that we want to look at. Then we also see database, dashboards, which allow you to drill down into the underlying enterprise applications. So extremely powerful dashboarding capabilities which allow you to do all the analysis that you could get data from your IoT sensors or from your multiple applications to look at. The second one is the workforce optimization, which allows you to do all types of workforce capabilities, the availability of people on a job, what has been the productivity, how have they been doing some activities, all of that, including mobile, where it allows you to see things on mobile and take action on mobile, like field service and burst analytics. So we have all of these workforce management, rostering capabilities, field service, and HCM and other things that allow you to do the digitizing of the workforce optimization piece of the solution. This is the one piece that I'm going to go into more detail so that I make more sense and meaning around at least one piece of the whole solution from Industry 4. We are going to look at asset optimization. So we have always challenges of how do we leverage IoT to improve plant productivity, reduce downtime, perform prescriptive maintenance, sustainability and low energy cost with optimized. So EAM, IT and solution is where it will give you. So here are some of the EAM solution screens, where you will have dashboards, KPIs, all of that, MTTB, MTTR, MTBF, all of that can be provided, dashboarded here itself and monitored so that you don't really need to pull out reports for everything that you are doing. So here is the start of the whole thing. Let me take you through a scenario, which I think would be the best thing to do. We're looking at some blockage developing on one of the suction or discharge valves of a pump, and it's operating without any fluid. Motor power is transferring pump as heat, And this is reducing the pump efficiency, or the worst case, it will blow up the pump. So we are going to look at sensor tags on the pump, which are monitoring temperature, humidity, pressure, the lux, acceleration, rotation, orientation, all of these kind of sensors. And for the discussion of this case study, we are looking at just the lux part of it. So I'm going to show you walk you through a scenario that is a use case with one of our customers, how we have used Industry 4.0 components to solve a business problem. So a pump which is discharging, the discharge valve is operating without any fluid and it's heating up. And then there are some sensors which are looking at 5 or 6 parameters that need to be looked at. From a process perspective, the pump is here and it is giving data into an IoT gateway, which is going up to the cloud, the Infor cloud, which has got an Infor data lake, which all the unstructured data will come in. There is an Infor rule engine there, which allows you to take that data, summarize the data, pull out what is important, and then run whatever is exceptional to Infor EAM, which is the asset management solution, which triggers a work order to be pulled out. And the data lake can also show all the data that's coming from the pump in a summarized or detailed manner on burst for analysis purpose. So this is the process flow. Let's look at the scenario structure. There is an overheating pump, which, for our case, we're looking at a lux driving of a sensor, which will go into the IoT gateway and do the whole thing, and an emergency repair work order will come out of EA. So here are some screens. So this is the component on the cloud called the Infor IoT. And here is the device is registered and the sensor tag is monitored, registered and monitored within IoT. And you will find that when the lux, the sensor reads the lux more than a certain 4,000 lux, you will find that there is a spike on the lux within the device, within the IoT dashboard. So the IoT dashboard in the cloud, within the Infor solution stack, is reading the sensor data and it sees a spike. So what does it do? It will allow you to go and look at the rule that you have defined there, that if the lux alarm is more than 4,000 lux or greater, you can see it here, it will trigger a rule and it will create a maintenance work order which will go into enterprise asset management, right? And it starts a workflow. So how does the workflow look? This is how the workflow looks within the application. You will find that the workflow creation is a drag and drop tool, and you can create workflows saying what is the IoT threshold. If it is violated, yes, then it plugs through and looks at 2 other logic and it triggers off algorithm or API call, which goes into a work order in EA. If it is no, it will say it is within the threshold and it will close the reading that goes through. So this is a workflow that you can create drag and drop within the cloud of Ion or iOS. And what it really does is it will trigger a maintenance order within the EA. So while this is happening, the data lake, which is in Infor cloud, will actually look at the whole vibration, pressure, temperature flow from the sensor and pull the data into EAM. All these flows will be taken. These are the learnings of the models that are created within the artificial intelligence. And see, huge amounts of data ingested and the model is trained. And based on that, you will find that there are triggers created which will then throw out, it will train the model, score the model, and it will evaluate the model. So the model is available and the model will now throw out EAM orders, enterprise asset management orders that go into the solution, into the enterprise asset management solution. Here is an IoT architecture. So here are your IoT devices, your gateway, your third-party systems. They go through AWS IoT core into Infor IoT, the rule engine, the data lake, the data services, and then comes as alerts on your mobiles or home pages, analytics, your work collaboration portals, and your AI machine learning. So this is for those who are architecture mind, this is the kind of brief architecture that you will be driving the whole thing on. And then what happens is you get to see dashboards like this, which are ad hoc analysis dashboards where you will find that you can create these are custom specific dashboards. You can create work orders, service requests, organizations, buildings, equipments. If you are a multi-plant organization, this kind of dashboards can be created. If you click on work order, you can drill down into the enterprise asset management and look at dashboards like this, where you can see what has been a service request efficiencies, what has been a new request, service request frequency of service requests coming every quarter, how fast are we fixing it, average service times, and open service requests. And then you find all types of trends that you can get, how fast are they getting deployed. Here you can have global plants being monitored. And if you see here on the bottom, I'll just show you the screen here. You can have multiple companies with per departments, multiple country deployments with per department heat maps to see how are they doing it. So this is just a sample of how data is picked from a sensor, processed, analyzed, triggered, and then reported. And this will allow you to see insights on various fronts. It could be sensor data, it could be asset management data, it could be machine data that you want. Any of those levels you can do the reporting. So you will see Industry 4.0 in a complete package. So the data of hardware, the data, the challenges of processes being supported, and the data, the challenge of displaying the data that you have, which allows you to take intelligent or smart decisions. So this is one case that I wanted to go into some detail. I think I did go in. My idea is to just spend some time and explain this. If you are interested, we are more than happy. My team is on the call on this event. I'm on this call, and please do reach us out. We can get into some more details of the whole thing. The final thing that we see from an Industry 4.0 is the customer experience. And I would want to, of all the components that I have, I want to focus on the project lifecycle management or product lifecycle management. And this is something which is very exciting. The discrete part of product lifecycle management has got very mature. Many industries, automotive, manufacturing already have PLMs in place, which allows you to remotely work on things, collaboratively work on things, and then move the final design into engineering. So you are as designed, as built, and if you're also monitoring your installations, you can also say as installed. So this complete BOM or engineering BOM can be. Similarly, you have in process industries recipes for maybe savory or batter, and you will have BOM, you will have routing, and you will have nutritional facts, you will have bill of material, you will have percentage quantity, cost, all of that. So the whole process-based food manufacturing, fragrance manufacturing, food ingredient manufacturing, all of those kind of manufacturing companies also require Industry 4.0 and digitization. And this is one of the key aspects that we are providing many of our customers, from paint industry to food industry to chemical industry. We are giving these kind of solutions, which allows you to innovate at a rapid pace by having all your recipes in one system. And then you're able to innovate on your recipes based on the consumer demands that you want, or based on regulatory compliances, your label management, and all the other things. So here is a simple PLM screen which allows you to extend or digitize using Industry 4.0 also. So here you will find you can do recipes, and you can do all types of analysis, contaminants, nutritional fact panels, labels, physical parameters, all of that can be taken care of. Or you can have dashboards of this type for your consumption, which each of these widget can be from a different application that is underneath. So it could be an ERP, it could be PLM, it could be a CRM, any of those kind of applications can allow you to consume this. So this is a great consumer experience, or internal experience that you have even from your enterprise, within the enterprise itself. How do you use? Do you just still generate reports Friday evening or Monday morning to take decisions, or do you have data on dashboards which brings to your attention anything that requires to be done quickly? So Industry 4.0 with digitization is the way forward, is what I believe in. So I'm just showing you this. And finally, before I close out, machine language or machine language is being commonly used in these 6 or 8 ways of solving problems that we have encountered. Predictive or prescriptive maintenance, so that when you do multivariate algorithms like pressure, temperature, vibration, output of a pump head, and then you're taking that 4 or 5 variables and taking a model, making a model around that, you will suddenly find insightful data which alerts you before your pump or before your actuator or before your your electrical generator fails. So this is where AI or ML helps you do prescriptive maintenance. So anticipating a failure before it fails, and then you have customer employee attrition. So if you use the same thing in HCM, with HCM artificial intelligence, you can predict, or you can at least tend to see that inventory optimization of your spares or your stocking within your manufacturing, pricing science when it is facing retail, looking at what are variable factors that influence your pricing, and then making that happen. Maybe seasons also for consumer goods. Many of those consumer patterns are coming into B2B also. Proactive supplier recommendations based on complicated variables that could be defined. Discount recommendations for retail, demand forecasting, sensing, sale recommendation. These are some of the using our Coleman, which is our artificial intelligence engine on the cloud. Finally, just to sum up, as I told you, we do, when you say Industry 4.0, it could be augmented reality like Microsoft HoloLens, or social collaboration chats, or digital forms, or gamification, and machine maintenance, or any of those, or using drones. So here on the right side, you'll find that in the US, we are collaborating with a drone company to integrate our enterprise asset management to actually do maintenance or using tethered drones. So that when the drone's camera is on the equipment, it will immediately tell you what is the asset ID, what is the status of it, if there is anything, and then immediately you can spot problems in the most efficient manner. So, and that is integrated, or you can actually physically, if not integrated, you can use it to trigger maintenance within the asset management. Mobile video learning, of course, and GIS integrations for linear assets like pipelines or tracks, railway tracks, or any of those kind of things. Also, we have done it for many of our customers. So this is in substance of what we want to share, what Infor is doing with our customers using Industry 4.0 components. And this again is finally the architecture or the digital operation platform that is available, which allows you to integrate consume data, process data, put it into your business applications, and have new insights using Burst, which is our analytical tool on the cloud, and then acting on it very efficiently. So with this, I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. I believe it would have been informative to you in all or in parts. And we'll be more than happy if you need to clarify or you need to know anything more about our positioning for Industry 4.0 or digitalization. Thank you very much for your attention and for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was absolutely wonderful session. What an informative session, ladies and gentlemen. That was Head of Business Consulting from Info, Mr. Bino George. All right, now the interesting time. It's a break time, but I request you everyone to please utilize it as for the networking session. Please, it's a great opportunity to interact with speakers. Please visit the speakers at their respective booth. You can go to Siemens booth, you can go to Infor, and you can go to Neosoft. So please make sure you visit them. You click on Expo Hall on the top left, and there you'll see all the booths at one place. Just click on the booth. Then on the right hand side, there is a video chat icon as well. You can click on it. You'll see the conference room like this, and you can visit. You can directly talk to each other face to face through video chat, and you can take up your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolute wonderful technology. So don't forget to click on Exhibition Hall, visit Siemens Info and Neosoft booth, and click on brochures, click on company logo, and click on the video icons and try to get maximum information. And don't miss out this wonderful opportunity of networking, especially with speakers and clients. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll take this up a 20-minute break sharp, and we'll exactly back to the conference hall exactly after 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Smart Manufacturing Summit. My name is Kiran. I'm one of the sales and marketing directors with Entrain. It's truly an honor to welcome each one of you present here. Firstly, I would like to thank sponsors, speakers, panelists, and my team for spending hours and hours of time to put together such a fantastic event. It's truly a combined effort from everyone that makes this possible. I would like to say special thanks to all our delegates for showing such respect and having dedication towards the industry. Once again, Team Entrain thanks all of you. Without your support, our success isn't possible. On that note, I would like to give you a quick virtual tour of the platform and how you can make the most of it. Now, for better experience, you can use your laptop or your desktop, maybe a tab. Can I create a business card? Yes, you can. Once you log in, you can click on the down arrow next to the smiley on the right hand top corner and click on Edit Profile. So once you click on Edit Profile, you can change your name, your first name, your last name, your job title, your company name, and your desired mobile number that you would like to display, and you can enter your email address. And then click on Save Changes. Before you could click on Save Change, you can click on View Business Card. This is how your business card would look like. Can my colleague log in with the same ID? He can use the same link, but in order for him to log in, he needs to have his own passcode. So he can contact our representatives. They would help him to get his own passcode. How do I exchange business cards? It's pretty simple. There are two ways of looking at it. One, you can click on Quick Network Zone at the lower bottom, right hand corner. You will find all the registered delegates plus also the sponsors. Now you can click on the icon on the right hand side. The moment you click on it, you would see the person's details, and you just have to click on Exchange Business Card. This is as simple as that. You will see a message that says Business Card successfully exchanged. How can I network with fellow participants? There are two ways of looking at it. Again, one, you can click on the Quick Network Zone. You can exchange business card. Second, you can click on the name of the person and you can send a message. Also, you can go to the exhibition booth or exhibition hall. You can click on the exhibition hall on top, or you can click on the exhibition area. So let's go to the expo hall. So you can click on any of your desired booth. For instance, I'll click on Siemens and then I click on Quick Chat. So I have 3 people. So I can choose who I want to have a network with, and I can send them a message. If you want to have video chat with the representatives in the booth, click on the video and you can choose who you'd like to have a video chat with. Click on the icon, the video icon, and you can talk to them. How do I visit a booth? Pretty simple. You can click on the exhibition, or you can click on the expo hall, or you can click on the icons or logos of the company. Now, in Siemens, you have click to see video and click to download assets. So to download any kind of an asset, you can click to download assets, and you can download white paper, additive manufacturing. These are the brochures in a PDF format. You could try the same thing with Infor. click on Info, and you can click on the brochure on the left hand side, and you can go ahead and download any of these options. You could also watch a video by clicking on it, and you could also network with the executives from Info. How do I ask questions during presentations? To go to the presentations, you can click on Auditorium, or you can click on Conference Hall. To enter, you need to click on Enter to Auditorium. Since you're an attendee, you need to click on Join as Audience. Here, you will have options to ask questions. You can chat, or you have a Q&A option. You can type in the message. This question answer sessions would be for the people who will be presenting at the event. How do I know if someone is trying to interact with me? One, you can interact with the executives in the booth. Second, you can see if anyone's sending you a message. You can see under a notification under the quick network zone. I'll show you an example. The moment you receive a message under quick network zone, you'll find a red background with a yellow star. That shows that there is a message for you. You can click on it and you can figure out who sent you the message. The first person who appears on top is the person who sent a message. It says, "Hello, I need to know how to network with the representatives. Can I have face-to-face interaction with someone in the booth?" Yes, you can. Choose the desired booth, go to the expo hall, select the booth that you would like to interact with, for example, Siemens, and click on video chat. Select a desired person who you would like to have a meeting with. So let's choose Neha in this scenario. You will see a screen with a video on during a live session, and you can interact with the person. What is notifications? On the right hand lower corner, you have a speaker icon. This is where you'll find notifications about the event. You need to keep a watch throughout the day. You'll see a pop-up, and that would give you information about current happening scenarios. Maybe someone's trying to get in touch with you, or if you're looking at certain solutions, sponsor companies will also be adding messages here. So accordingly, you can go and take a call if you would like to interact with so-and-so people or so-and-so person. So that is a notification. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the platform. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Smart Manufacturing Summit. My name is Kiran. I'm one of the sales and marketing directors with Entrain. It's truly an honor to welcome each one of you present here. Firstly, I would like to thank sponsors, speakers, panelists, and my team for spending hours and hours of time to put together such a fantastic event. It's truly a combined effort from everyone that makes this possible. I would like to say special thanks to all our delegates for showing such respect and having dedication towards the industry. Once again, Team Entrain thanks all of you. Without your support, our success isn't possible. On that note, I would like to give you a quick virtual tour of the platform and how you can make the most of it. Now, for better experience, you can use your laptop or your desktop, maybe a tab. Can I create a business card? Yes, you can. Once you log in, you can click on the down arrow next to the smiley on the right hand top corner and click on Edit Profile. So once you click on Edit Profile, you can change your name, your first name, your last name, your job title, your company name, and your desired mobile number that you would like to display, and you can enter your email address. And then click on Save Changes. Before you could click on Save Change, you can click on View Business Card. This is how your business card would look like. Can my colleague log in with the same ID? He can use the same link, but in order for him to log in, he needs to have his own passcode. So he can contact our representatives. They would help him to get his own passcode. How do I exchange business cards? It's pretty simple. There are two ways of looking at it. One, you can click on Quick Network Zone at the lower bottom, right hand corner. You will find all the registered delegates plus also the sponsors. Now you can click on the icon on the right hand side. The moment you click on it, you would see the person's details and you just have to click on Exchange Business Card. This is as simple as that. You will see a message that says business card successfully exchanged. How can I network with fellow participants? There are two ways of looking at it. Again, one, you can click on the Quick Network Zone. You can exchange business card. Second, you can click on the name of the person and you can send a message. Also, you can go to the exhibition booth or exhibition hall. You can click on the exhibition hall on top, or you can click on the exhibition area. So let's go to the expo hall. So you can click on any of your desired booth. For instance, I'll click on Siemens and then I click on Quick Chat. So I have 3 people. So I can choose who I want to have a network with and I can send them a message. If you want to have video chat with the representatives in the booth, click on the video and you can choose who you would like to have a video chat with. Click on the icon, the video icon, and you can talk to them. How do I visit a booth? Pretty simple. You can click on the exhibition, or you can click on the expo hall, or you can click on the icons or logos of the company. Let's say Siemens. Now in Siemens, you have click to see video and click to download assets. So to download any kind of an asset, you can click to download assets, and you can download white paper, additive manufacturing. These are the brochures in a PDF format. You could try the same thing with Infor. Click on Infor and you can click on the brochure on the left hand side and you can go ahead and download any of these options. You could also watch a video by clicking on it, and you could also network with the executives from Infor. How do I ask questions during presentations? To go to the presentations, you can click on auditorium or you can click on conference hall. To enter, you need to click on enter to auditorium. Since you're an attendee, you need to click on join as audience. Here, you will have options to ask questions. You can chat, or you have a Q&A option. You can type in the message. This question answer sessions would be for the people who will be presenting at the event. How do I know if someone is trying to interact with me? One, you can interact with the executives in the booth. Second, you can see if anyone's sending you a message. You can see under a notification under the Quick Network Zone. I'll show you an example. The moment you receive a message under Quick Network Zone, you'll find a red background with a yellow star. That shows that there is a message for you. You can click on it and you can figure out who sent you the message. The first person who appears on top is the person who sent a message. It says, "Hello, I need to know how to network with the representatives. Can I have face-to-face interaction with someone in the booth?" Yes, you can. Choose the desired booth, go to the expo hall, select the booth that you would like to interact with, for example, Siemens, and click on video chat. Select a desired person who you would like to have a meeting with. So let's choose Neha in this scenario. You will see a screen with a video on during a live session and you can interact with the person. What is notifications? On the right hand lower corner, you have a speaker icon. This is where you'll find notifications about the event. You need to keep a watch throughout the day. You'll see a pop-up, and that would give you information about current happening scenarios. Maybe someone's trying to get in touch with you, or if you're looking at certain solutions, sponsor companies will also be adding messages here. So accordingly, you can go and take a call if you would like to interact with so-and-so people or so-and-so person. So that is a notification. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the platform. Team Entrain thanks all of you. Without your support, our success isn't possible. On that note, I would like to give you a quick virtual tour of the platform and how you can make the most of it. Now, for better experience, you can use your laptop or your desktop, maybe a tab. Can I create a business card? Yes, you can. Once you log in, you can click on the down arrow next to the smiley on the right hand top corner and click on edit profile. So once you click on edit profile, you can change your name, your first name, your last name, your job title, your company name, and your desired mobile number that you would like to display, and you can enter your email address. And then click on save changes. Before you could click on save change, you can click on view business card. This is how your business card would look like. Can my colleague log in with the same ID? He can use the same link, but in order for him to log in, he needs to have his own passcode. So he can contact our representatives. They would help him to get his own passcode. How do I exchange business cards? It's pretty simple. There are two ways of looking at it. One, you can click on Quick Network Zone at the lower bottom, right hand corner. You will find all the registered delegates plus also the sponsors. Now you can click on the icon on the right hand side. The moment you click on it, you would see the person's details, and you just have to click on Exchange Business Card. This is as simple as that. You will see a message that says business card successfully exchanged. How can I network with fellow participants? There are two ways of looking at it. Again, one, you can click on the Quick Network Zone. You can exchange business card. Second, you can click on the name of the person and you can send a message. Also, you can go to the exhibition booth or exhibition hall. You can click on the exhibition hall on top, or you can click on the exhibition area. So let's go to the expo hall. So you can click on any of your desired booth. For instance, I'll click on Siemens and then I click on quick chat. So I have 3 people. So I can choose who I want to have a network with, and I can send them a message. If you want to have video chat with the representatives in the booth, click on the video and you can choose who you would like to have a video chat with. Click on the icon, the video icon, and you can talk to them. How do I visit a booth? Pretty simple. You can click on the exhibition, or you can click on the expo hall, or you can click on the icons or logos of the company. Let's say Siemens. Now, in Siemens, you have click to see video and click to download assets. So to download any kind of an asset, you can click to download assets, and you can download white paper, additive manufacturing. These are the brochures in a PDF format. You could try the same thing with Infor. Click on Infor, and you can click on the brochure on the left hand side, and you can go ahead and download any of these options. You could also watch a video by clicking on it, and you could also network with the executives from Infor. How do I ask questions during presentations? To go to the presentations, you can click on auditorium or you can click on conference hall. To enter, you need to click on enter to auditorium. Since you're an attendee, you need to click on join as audience. Here, you will have options to ask questions. You can chat or you have a Q&A option. You can type in the message. This question answer sessions would be for the people who will be presenting at the event. How do I know if someone is trying to interact with me? One, you can interact with the executives in the booth. Second, you can see if anyone's sending you a message. You can see under a notification under the quick network zone. I'll show you an example. The moment you receive a message under quick network zone, you'll find a red background with a yellow star. That shows that there is a message for you. You can click on it and you can figure out who sent you the message. The first person who appears on top is the person who sent a message. It says, "Hello, I need to know how to network with the representatives. Can I have face-to-face interaction with someone in the booth?" Yes, you can. Choose the desired booth, go to the expo hall, select the booth that you would like to interact with, for example, Siemens, and click on video chat. Select a desired person who you would like to have a meeting with. So let's choose Neha in this scenario. You will see a screen with a video on during a live session and you can interact with the person. What is notifications? On the right hand lower corner, you have a speaker icon. This is where you'll find notifications about the event. You need to keep a watch throughout the day. You'll see a pop-up and that would give you information about current happening scenarios. Maybe someone's trying to get, there is a message for you. You can click on it and you can figure out who sent you the message. The first person who appears on top is the person who sent a message. It says, "Hello, I need to know how to network with the representatives. Can I have face-to-face interaction with someone in the booth?" Yes, you can. Choose the desired booth, go to the expo hall, select the booth that you would like to interact with, for example, Siemens, and click on video chat. Select a desired person who you would like to have a meeting with. So let's choose Neha in this scenario. You will see a screen with a video on during a live session and you can interact with the person. What is notifications? On the right hand lower corner, you have a speaker icon. This is where you'll find notifications about the event. You need to keep a watch throughout the day. You'll see a pop-up and that would give you information about current happening scenarios. Maybe someone's trying to get in touch with you, or if you're looking at certain solutions, sponsor companies will also be adding messages here. So accordingly, you can go and take a call if you would like to interact with so-and-so people or so-and-so person. So that is a notification. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the platform.
Hello everyone, it's an absolute pleasure to be a part of this conference on smart manufacturing. I would like to first thank Vidya and Kiran from Entrain for this opportunity. And now a quick introduction about myself. I am Sunil Bharadwaj, a supply chain and operations excellence professional with close to 18 years of experience across diverse industries, both FMCG and non-FMCG. I have also had the privilege and opportunity to handle multiple supply chain functions related to demand planning, logistics, warehousing, and customer service. I am an APIC certified supply chain and logistics and distribution professional. And till recently, I was attached with Raymond Limited as DGM strategy and supply chain. And I also enjoy talking at seminars both in India as well as abroad. I am also part of an edtech startup in India which helps B-school students with career coaching and guidance related to their resumes and interview preparation. So pleasure to be here. And now what I do is I'll share my screen so that the slides are available to all of you and we will take the discussion forward. Kindly give me a moment to share my screen. Here it goes. I'll just increase the, yeah. So thank you once again to one and all for joining today's event. And the topic that I chose or would like to discuss with all of you is related to, of course, making Industry 4 goals a reality. But I want to discuss this from the prism of operational excellence. How can a well-designed operational excellence philosophy and related processes aid in making Industry 4 goals a reality? So this will be the focus of my discussion, and I will be touching upon one or two key operations excellence strategies as we go along and try and see and tell the audience how this will be a success factor or enabler towards making smart manufacturing or Industry 4 goals a reality. So this will be the theme of my discussion today. Now a quick summary which I have already done. This is my brief career profile, worked in diverse industries, essentially a BTech from NIT Jamshedpur. I have done my post-graduation in operations from SPJ in Mumbai. I am APIC certified and have been speaking at conferences and seminars in India and abroad. And I have also published articles in various magazines and journals. And I am a career coach with an online education startup in India. Now coming to the Industry 4 overview. What do we mean when we say Industry 4? Now, I just want to simplify it for the audience. Rather than getting into the actual technologies or what it entails, I would focus more on what it means. So very quickly, for a business practitioner, for a supply chain practitioner, for a manufacturing practitioner, what is Industry 4? It talks about a connected enterprise. Okay, it tries to link all the upstream and the downstream operations, right from sourcing to manufacturing to distribution. Okay, and to my mind, it encompasses not only smart manufacturing but also extended scope to intelligent and smart warehousing, intelligent distribution centers, and smart distribution operations. Because keep in mind, my friends, we need to keep the customer at the center of all these discussions. Okay, so any smart technology or any tool that we talk about has to encompass not only upstream but also the downstream operations. And increasingly today, the analytics landscape has moved from being merely descriptive to telling me what has happened. That is post facto, but that's not going to help. Now we need to move towards predictive and prescriptive analytics, which will help me to sense demand, to sense and predict what can go wrong and take quick action. Because these are tough times. COVID has still not gone away. The vaccines have still not been discovered. And these are very, very uncertain times. But at the same time, there is a strong business case for us to think of investing in smart technologies. But at the same time, do we know what are the drivers? What are those business objectives? What are those benefits that we need to look at? So my view or perception or sense is that unless the tool or the technique is going to enable the businesses to become more agile. It is going to enable better material and operational flows, unless it is going to smoothen operations, unless it is going to bring in more visibility and transparency across the value chain, and unless it is going to help me to bring my products and services quickly to the market, or what is referred to as speed to market, from concept to reality. I think the whole purpose of the discussion around smart technologies in Industry 4 is going to be misplaced. This is my opinion. So this is the context or the overview of smart technologies or Industry 4. Now coming to our operations environment or our manufacturing environment, you must understand that we have been hit by this black swan event, and this has exposed once again the 3 V's that all professionals grapple with. How do I control variability, and how do I increase system-wide visibility and velocity? Now, having said this, this graph is counterintuitive, because as practitioners, any tool or technology that we talk of always has to reduce variability and increase visibility and velocity. But our starting premise is that always variability is high and visibility and velocity are low. And moreover, what has caused this? It is the fact that there are global disruptions. We are facing a lot of risk events. The frequencies are varied. The durations also vary. And this has brought into focus the whole concept of risk and resiliency within supply chains. Can I have a monitoring, measurement, control system? Can I have an advanced alert system? Can I look at my supplier landscape to not only talk of offshoring, but today people are talking about reshoring and nearshoring? What will be the impact on my performance metrics? And at the bottom, if you see the bedrock, any tool, technology, etc. will only be an enabler unless it helps me to drive innovation, unless it helps me to become more flexible, unless it helps me to react to market demand, and unless it helps me to make me more resilient. No tool, technology, or Industry 4.0 is going to work, because these are the foundational operating realities and our current environment. Now, how do I reduce variability and increase system-wide visibility and velocity? Can I use tools like agility mixed with forecasting, a new concept propounded by experts in our field? It's called agile forecasting. Can I move from a push-based distribution system to a pull distribution system supported by suitable tools and technologies at a back end as enablers? Can I think of a concept of having a supply chain logistics and manufacturing control tower? Now, these things are becoming realities, and this is where a tool or a technology can help us. But like I said earlier, that is not the be-all and end-all. We have to think of the business and the process landscape to start with, and the operational excellence landscape to begin with, so that we are able to address these counterintuitive forces of variability, visibility, and velocity. Okay. Now, coming to some tools. Now, all of us are talking of tools, techniques, technologies, etc. But you must understand, when we say Industry 4, smart manufacturing, Industry 4.0, fourth industrial revolution, to my mind, these are the umbrella of technologies which are available. Now, deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence can be used in conjunction with all these tools. Okay, they are the underlying techniques or technologies that go behind making all the various models. Now, can I use it in conjunction with Internet of Things? Can I think of big data analytics? Can I look at a blockchain application within manufacturing and supply chain? Can I transfer my data to the cloud? Can I make it easy for everyone to share and transmit real-time data for meaningful analysis? Companies are now investing in 3D printing or additive manufacturing. A classic case for the manufacturing and production landscape is condition-based monitoring today. Can I use smart connected systems to give me a feedback based on what can go wrong? Can I predict a failure and what impact it will have on system or machine or asset downtime? Can I increase uptime and system utilization and availability and reduce asset downtime? So these are applications and tools and technologies which have existed for a long time. But due to VUCA, due to COVID, and due to this black swan event, it has gained more traction, it has gained more importance, it has gained the attention of boardrooms, of CFOs, of CEOs, of manufacturing heads. Today, people are thinking about applying these technologies. either by themselves or in conjunction. Industrial robots have existed for a very long time and they are still being used in manufacturing. But can I increase the scope of usage of industrial robots? Can I talk about the world of augmented reality and virtual reality? Today there is a concept of mixed reality. How about smart wearables in a production plant or in a warehouse? So my friends, these techniques and tools and technologies are available. There are plenty of vendors, suppliers and experts out there who can help businesses by using these tools. But my sense is unless we understand the overall business benefits and objectives, and unless our operational excellence systems and our processes are well designed, these technologies and tools and their benefits will only be limited. It will not be worth the spend. So my sense again is through this slide, I am only trying to convey that these tools, techniques and technologies are known. The concepts of deep learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence and their techniques are known. There are enough experts, data scientists out there who can work with businesses to build predictive tools, prescriptive tools. But what is going to be the broader objective and the outcome of using these tools? That is something that we need to be aware of and be ready with. Okay. Now coming to my core discussion of this presentation, the core area, focus area is process. Okay. Now when I say process focus, I want to quickly again touch upon an important operational excellence philosophy which is called lean management. Now when I say lean, if you were to apply lean to a shop floor, to a production facility or to a warehouse, what are the areas we need to focus upon? A quick recap for everyone. I have to see how it is designed. I need to be monitoring my material and information flows. I need to look at bottlenecks. What are the 8 types of waste related to lean? Am I in a position to measure them? Am I able to apply industrial engineering principles? How does my value stream look like today as is? Have I been a part of Kaizen projects? Are we able to form small teams and work on focused areas with regard to waste reduction? How do my flow metrics look like? Is my customer at the center of attention? Am I adding value to the customer? Am I able to give him high quality products? Am I able to compress lead times? Am I able to increase operational efficiencies? Again, coming back to the bottom green block. At the core, am I able to optimize or reduce variability and enhance system throughput and velocity and enhance system-wide visibility? Are all my channel partners upstream and downstream able to get more transparency and visibility out of all this? What is my operations and supply chain landscape? What sort of business strategy do I have? How do those strategies translate into ground realities in terms of tactics and operations? How is my plant design? What is the layout? What is my distribution model today? Is it make to stock? Is it engineer to order? Is it make to order? Are my performance metrics related to my financial metrics? So these underlying themes and focus areas need to be looked at first before even thinking of a tool or a technology. I have only taken one core operational excellence philosophy or business process excellence philosophy, but the focus is to ask these questions, to understand where we stand today, and then can we have a right tool or technology which can support these business initiatives. Okay. Now coming to the operations excellence umbrella or the operational and manufacturing excellence umbrella, which I used, and this is the original diagram created by me, which was published in the Journal of Business Forecasting in summer 2020. And with your permission, I am going to again share this with you. These are the tools. Are we using value analysis, value engineering? Are we using lean? Are we using Six Sigma? Are we using lean and Six Sigma together? Today, there are experts who are saying that lean can also be used along with theory of constraints or TOC. Do I have a TQM, TPM strategy in place? Am I using Kaizen projects? Okay. Am I 5S compliant today? So how is my workplace designed? What are the ergonomics? What are the people and process designs? How are the systems working? Are the documentation processes, SOPs current? Are they live? So unless one does a thorough homework and analysis of where we stand, I think talking of a tool, I think is too far-fetched. Okay? Coming back to the same argument I'm trying to make. And what are the benefits of all these tools? These are the benefits. Am I able to give superior customer service? Am I able to increase my throughputs? Whether it is a warehouse, a dark warehouse, a distribution center, or a production plant, am I able to reduce the 8 types of waste under lean? The 8th type of waste is the 8th waste also talks about wasted people skills in addition to the others. You all would know TIMWOOD. The last one is S. Tim Woods. Okay. How I am managing my constraints today? And am I able to reduce or compress my lead times? What is the scope? I have to look at supply side. I have to look at the demand side of the picture. And I also need to look at all the end-to-end scope of operations, manufacturing and supply chain operations, right from sourcing to inbound logistics to conversion or production to storage and warehousing, not limited to order management, last mile distribution and outbound logistics. So how can all these tools and techniques be utilized, be applied and be used to address the bigger business problem or the bigger business strategy? That will then flow into the operation strategy, then the manufacturing strategy, and then you can talk about technology strategy. But unless you have a robust operational excellence and manufacturing excellence strategy in place, but technology is going to have very, very limited impact. This is the hypothesis I am proposing to you. Okay. Now we come to another quick slide on when I say lean, what are some pointers on strategy and execution? When I say strategy, it has to be around people, process and systems. What are the tools I am using today? What are my metrics? My processes current, audited and clearly defined? Do they have a company-wide impact? Is it aligned with my manufacturing strategy? Are my people and teams trained adequately in usage of these systems and tools? Is there a high level of process focus across the organization, across all facilities, across all plants, across all offices, across all distribution centers? What is my execution strategy? Am I focusing on building a lean culture, an operational excellence culture, which is company-wide, which cuts across all business functions, starting from branding, product management, product development, to HR, to finance, to production, to sales and to distribution? Am I focusing on excellence as a culture? Is it related to and does it enhance customer service or consumer service? What is my operational excellence philosophy? Is it well documented? Do I have adequate monitoring and control systems? And I'm sure as I speak, the audience is highly educated and qualified. You come from diverse industries and backgrounds, and you may have different levels of maturity. But what I'm trying to only tell you is that there is a need to focus on these areas and to see where we stand today, so that we can take more meaningful and impactful decisions. And there is a higher ROI for all the technology spends. Okay. So this is a single slider on strategy and execution. Now I want to come to focus areas. Now when I say manufacturing and operations focus areas, which are those operational areas we need to focus? Last but not the least, is it going to help me reduce my operating costs? Is it going to give me higher EBITDA margins? Are these initiatives going to reduce my operational lead times? Are these initiatives going to make my plant and machinery more effective, more smart? Okay. Am I able to use predictive modeling to understand equipment breakdowns? An example which I gave earlier. How is my overall plant infrastructure, my warehouse infrastructure? What will be the impact on people, process and machine productivity? Last but not the least, what will be the quality gains? Appraisal costs, cost of poor quality, internal costs, external costs, customer costs. There are a lot of hidden costs related to quality. Is it going to help me to achieve higher levels of quality? Am I going to get things first time right? And last but not the least, many businesses in the MSME space have not been able to even restart their operations because they are fundamentally focusing on environment, health and safety. Is the workplace safe? Are my employees safe? Can they get back to work? Are people following physical distancing norms? Is the workplace clean? I think these are fundamental questions we need to answer in addition to the others. Okay. And again, what are my broad objectives? Am I able to think and strategize and use a tool which is going to connect my equipment and my devices? Are my physical assets going to talk to one another? Is it going to entail real time performance monitoring of meaningful operational metrics? Can I get into that phase where I move from descriptive to predictive and prescriptive analytics? We all know CAPA, corrective and preventive action, CAPA. But I am trying to tell you that can we not focus on the corrective action? but can we use tools and techniques and design our processes to think of a culture of prevention? Can I use an alert or a tool or a supply chain event management tool which can help me to prevent that event from happening? If it is a high risk event, if it is going to impact my operations, if it is going to impact business, can I focus or shift my zoom lens on the culture of prevention rather than corrective action? Because corrective action is again post facto, after the event has happened. Can I focus on a culture of prevention? Okay. Now coming to summarizing in a single slide again, the potential roadblocks, challenges and opportunities at the same time. My dear friends, please understand, a one size fits all approach will not work because every industry and sector has its own characteristics. Every manufacturing organization has its own structure in terms of people, processes and design. The product designs vary, the type of SKUs vary, the demand metrics vary, the demand factors are uncertain. Process maturity levels within organizations vary. We need to take into account these factors and make our own project charter. That what are those areas that we need to attack, what are those priorities and pain points which I need to solve, and where am I on the curve in terms of technology and digital adoption. For different companies, it could be different. Some companies are just learners, they have just started. Maybe other companies are planning to invest. Maybe there is a set of companies which has already invested before COVID struck us and they have already achieved high levels of maturity. There are other companies which want to invest, but they don't have the financial wherewithal because today working capital and cash is king. First, it's a question of survival and restarting your business. Investments in tools and technologies come later. Do I have the ability today and the financial muscle to invest and prioritize my investments? Is there an agreement and consensus in the boardroom and across functional heads on the specific problems and pain points? What are the people, process, related areas? And last but not the least, I'm not discussing this, it's a huge topic. What about the cultural aspects and change management aspects of these projects? These are humongous questions one has to answer. And again, no easy answers. The bottom block on the red again. Now, what approach does one use? Do we go outside in? Do we go inside out? My sense is we should use both approaches. Outside in is again reacting from what the market is telling me. How is the consumer behaving? What is my customer analytics and feedback telling me? What is my marketing, sales and product management team telling me? What are those signals which I can use on the shop floor? So that is outside in, one way of designing your backend system. The other is inside out. Now, as a production or operations or supply chain head, am I able to convince and satisfy and get the buy-in from my internal functions within the organization? Is everybody on the same page in the integrated business planning meeting or the sales and operations planning meeting? Does everyone agree? My friends from HR, from finance, from sales marketing, from product development, from supply chain, from production, the demand planner, okay, the warehouse logistics head, whole lot of entities have to come on the same page because everybody is driving and gunning towards a common goal, a common business strategy, which tells me, for example, I want to operate in this market, I want to gain market share, I want to operate with these 1,000 SKUs, I want to get so much of revenue and EBITDA from this market. Now, can all these tools, techniques, operations, excellence, philosophies enable that larger goal? That is what we should be looking at, in my sense. Okay. Now, how do we bridge the gap? What are those success factors and outcomes? I've talked about the operations excellence philosophy. It's linked with technology adoption. Okay, what are some stumbling blocks? What are some challenges? And what are the opportunities? Now, I want to tell you how we can bridge this gap. What are those success factors and outcomes? Very quickly, no discussion like this will be complete without a discussion on data architecture. Do we understand our data assets? How is our master data organized in our ERP today? What is the volume, velocity and variety of data points we deal with? What are our ETL systems? How do we extract, transform and load data? Do we use a data warehouse? Do we use a data lake? What are the issues related to data risk? Is our data safe and secure if we are sharing it on the cloud or with our partners? Because all these tools and technologies, all AI/ML tools, okay, whether you talk of statistical forecasting, probabilistic forecasting, whether you talk about K-factor analysis or K-means clustering or ARIMA models or multiple regression models, they all deal with data, a lot of data, meaningful data. So what data science tools are we planning to use? What smart data analytics technologies are we planning to invest in? But before we come to the last two blocks on the right, I think it is important to do a thorough audit of our data architecture and data systems and data philosophy. How is data being used, disseminated and analyzed today as we speak, even before we have a discussion on the enabling tool and technology. So these are some aspects I wanted to bring before you. Now coming to a very important slide before I close is what are those drivers and success factors? Guys, we need to have an alignment with the business strategy and then the operation strategy, then the manufacturing and back-end supply chain strategy. We need to have documents and analysis related to supply and demand drivers, because VUCA and Corona has caused both supply shock as well as demand shock. Can I think of using software as a service? Can I use a subscription-driven model, which will make it easier for the CFO to fund the project, where I can show better ROI? Because trust me, all these projects entail a lot of cost, they entail a lot of time, they entail a lot of training, they bring about humongous change management initiatives. So am I in a position to think of a model with a player where I can talk of software as a service? Can I use a plug and play approach? Now the bottom 4 points on the left, marked in lime green. Again, to summarize: focus on process design, focus on building best practices and sustainable processes which are live, which are audited, which are current, which are acting as support to the larger business initiatives. Do I have enough processes related to employee health and safety? I cannot stress on this more. Do I have performance metrics where there is a focus more on lead indicators and where operational metrics are related to financial metrics? What is the impact on EBITDA? What is the impact on inventory levels? What is the impact on ROI, on ROA, on ROCE? What are my inventory turnover levels like? What is the impact on top line? So am I able to merge or connect my operational and manufacturing metrics with the larger financial metrics? After that, then we can think of talking about the red flags, the choice of tool, choice of the right partner, what business problem are we trying to solve, have we framed the problem statement, what are the broader objectives, and what is the triple bottom line impact? 3 P's: people, profit and planet, economic or environmental, social and financial objectives. So these factors need to be considered before even arriving at a tool. And the bedrock to my mind is we need to link the people and process strategies and operational excellence design and then bring the discussion to the table so that we can really have a tool or a technology which will act as a business enabler, and we would have put our money in the right areas and we would have minimized risk. And my sense again is I will always work on something which is efficient, effective and optimizes my investments. Okay. Now coming to the last slide, to summarize: smart manufacturing, focus on operations excellence. How are these connected now? My dear friends, this is the last slide for my discussion today. As an organization, what are we gunning towards? To summarize, we want to become more agile. We aim to become more flexible in our operations. We need to become more responsive. We need to build in tools and techniques which will give us more visibility into the future. Can I become a more resilient organization? Can I manage my risks? Can I really work on sustainable design of products and processes? Can I reduce my carbon footprint and impact? Can I become more sustainable? So elements of risk management, sustainability, agility, flexibility and responsiveness. Now what are the outcomes? Is a smart manufacturing 4 or industry 4 going to make me a more connected organization? Is it going to help or increase our ability to sense and respond better? Are we going to get more real-time alerts and warnings in terms of what can go wrong, what is happening, how are the connected systems behaving? And can I have visual analytics? Can I have a comprehensive dashboard to tell me the health of my organization, the health of my manufacturing system, the health of my distribution system, the health of my supply chain, the health of the organization as a whole? Can we think of a system where I have all connected relevant visual metrics and analytics to give me the status of where I stand today? And last but not the least, the 2 boxes in red on the right, extreme right, unless it enhances and helps visibility and transparency across the system, and unless it helps me to track and trace material flow, asset behavior, information flow, financial flow, I think any system or industry 4 will have a very, very limited role to play. So this is what I had to share through my presentation today. Thank you once again, all of you, for your patient hearing and time. Thank you to Team Entrain. Thanks to Vidya and Kiran. And with this, I come to a close of my presentation. And I wish all of you a very safe and healthy future. And I hope we are able to counter the negative effects unleashed by Corona and COVID. And I hope the vaccine is discovered soon. And thank you once again for this wonderful opportunity. And I hope I was able to drive home a few.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was absolutely wonderful session, ladies and gentlemen. That was Mr. Sunil Bharadwaj, former DGM supply chain from Raymond Limited. All right. So when the post-break lunch session started, many of us thought that I was on mute, right? That was actually a process, that was a way to grab your attention, and I can see that you were absolutely attentive. Mr. Mahesh Joshi, thank you for letting me know that I was on mute. Sarvanan K, thank you so much for telling me that yes, I was on mute, but I was just testing. You guys are absolutely attentive. And what I was saying in that time, let me recap. I hope you had a wonderful time in networking. I hope you enjoyed talking to the speakers. You use each and every tech facility, video chat, chatting, meeting each other, exchanging the business card. And I hope you visited a booth. So don't miss out this opportunity. We're going to have one more time. And ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed ahead. Now we have the next session, again, action pack. And the topic is shaping the future in manufacturing, a digital and it could post-COVID. And to speak on the topic, we have head technology from Tyson Group, Mr. Rohit Gupta. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a humble request. Please utilize the chat. Keep typing so that we'll come to know that, yes, you're with us. And please welcome the next speaker.
A very warm welcome to all in the audience. I'm Rohit Gupta. I am currently heading the Technology Center for Thyssen Group in Analytics and Software Engineering for India operations. Prior to Thyssen Group, I have had 22 years of experience with global MNCs like Bosch, GM, and Knorr-Bremse. Today, I'm going to share my perspective on what technologies are shaping the future of manufacturing. With that, let me bring up my slides. So over the next 20 minutes, we are really going to look at what smart manufacturing means and how the technological landscape has changed over the last 2 decades. The topic of smart manufacturing has been a conversation among manufacturing experts, strategists, and thought leaders. Traditionally, manufacturing companies have been slow to react to the introduction of new revolutionary disruptive technologies, and for good reason. But with the advent of the global pandemic in the form of COVID-19, there has been a significant disruption which is driving manufacturing organizations to embrace technology. If I were to quote Anna Katrina, a great businesswoman from Forbes, she said, because of COVID-19, manufacturing will experience 5 years of innovation in a span of 12 to 18 months. Today, manufacturing is quickly transforming from mass production to an industry characterized by customization. Not only must the right products be delivered to the right place for the right price, the process of how the products are designed and delivered must be at a higher level of sophistication. Before we really go into smart manufacturing and the technologies, if you were to just look at the landscape of what has happened in the last 200 years, we are all witnessing a technological revolution that is fundamentally altering the way our personal and professional lives will be. The first industrial revolution used water and steam to mechanize production. The second industrial revolution used electric power to create mass production. The third industrial revolution used electronics and automation. And if we were to see, the growth has been really very, very linear. One revolution building on the other revolution. But now, if we look at the fourth industrial revolution, the digital revolution, that has been occurring since 1980s, 1990s. It is characterized by fusion of technologies that is blurring the lines between the real and virtual spheres. The speed of current breakthrough has no historical precedent. When compared with previous industrial revolutions, the fourth is evolving at an exponentially faster pace. Moreover, it is disrupting almost every industry in every continent, every country. And the breadth and depth of these changes herald the transformation of entire systems of production, management, and governance. So, when I say emerging technologies changing the way we manufacture, if you think about it, enabled by cheap computing power, access to large data sets, and data is a new oil, I think we have heard about it. Machines are already doing a better job than humans in several areas. The possibility of billions of things, and I assume human as things here, connected by mobile devices with unprecedented processing power, storage capacity, and access to knowledge are unlimited. These devices will potentially negotiate their own way into our world through smart contracts and possibly without significant human intervention. And these possibilities will be multiplied by the technologies that I'm going to speak about, mainly with the breakthrough in the fields of AI, artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, and more on the human side with biotech, material sciences, on the sustainability side with energy storage and quantum computing. To quote National Institute of Standards and Technology, smart manufacturing are systems that are fully integrated, collaborative manufacturing systems that respond in real time to meet changing demands and conditions in the factory, in the supply network, and in the customer. And really, if I were to pick on the statement and look at the trends, the key drivers for incepting the technology, we are talking about horizontal and vertical integration. So when we are talking about not just focusing on stakeholders within the company, but we are talking about vendors, we are talking about customers. We are looking at both horizontal integration and vertical integration. Horizontal integration can add scale, and vertical integration builds and gains on the synergy part of the overall ecosystem. If you look at custom demands, there has been a major shift, and it's highly driven by the change in technology and creation of technology platforms that people are relying more on mobile devices, computer networks, mobile networks, and accessibility of products from around the world. And this has driven the need and a change in the consumer behavior pattern, wherein the customer wants made to demand products. Next is process digitization. When I say process digitization, it's self-explanatory. There are scores of tasks that need to be done day in, day out, and are repetitive in nature in many cases. Automation of these repetitive tasks, conversion of data to virtual data set, having access of this data across the organization, whether it's machine generated data or user-generated data. And bringing quick access to this data are very, very relevant topics in the current scenario. Accelerated time to market, I think it's very easy to understand. The consumer behavior today is, if you look at ourselves with the Amazons and Flipkarts, we want everything immediately. You look at Amazon, there is Amazon Prime. You look at Flipkart. So I think all these platforms are providing value-added services which are focusing on time to deliver to the consumer. And what it means for us in manufacturing is that our time to produce and ship a part is becoming more and more significant. Lastly, when I talk about agile production, what it really means is ability to adapt to market demands using combination of analytics and robotics for production. And these are just some of the trends, but what will be the basis? How we can achieve all this, and what are the benefits? I think these are typical questions we ask ourselves. And to me, digital transformation will be the key enabler for achieving all these things and generating customer delight. And reports indicate that these are expected to generate $400 billion in revenue in the next 4 years for the companies that are focusing on this. So what does digital transformation look like? From a strategic viewpoint, digital transformation represents the vision of connected manufacturing environment. Everything is connected, the machines, the departments, the vendors, the customer, where all equipment possibly is available for online viewing, online seeing. There are intelligent algorithms, and the systems themselves have the ability to drive decisions and in some cases even make decisions on their own rather than waiting for a human action. This to me is the definition of digital transformation in the space of manufacturing. And what are some of the examples that we can see from the industry? So I think we all have heard the word drones, and drones can operate autonomously and deliver fertilizers. So this is an example from Australia where they are heavily relying on drone technology in the agri-tech industry. And the value they are getting is they are able to take pictures to determine quality of the crop, see the progression of the crop, and this is immense benefit as compared to a human himself doing this job manually or semi-automatically. If we think about the ability that before we create something, before we construct something, before we manufacture a machine, if we are able to visualize it, and I think that capability has been there for some time, but apart from that, we can bring our customer and show them the product before it is even created. This to me is digital transformation. Autonomous vehicles. If I take the example from the mining industry, autonomous vehicles have been around for more than a decade now, where transfer of material without human intervention, self-diagnosis for timely repairs of machines. These are good examples of digital transformation. Think about machines which, rather than a standard fuel consumption, can determine based on the payload how much power they need to drive through the machine. And think of the benefits it can deliver, not just in terms of the dollar value, but to the sustainability targets of the company. And the best part, these decisions are not made by the human expert. They will be made by the machines themselves in the future. This is what digital transformation will feel like. So how are companies unlocking this potential? And now I get into the part of really saying what does it mean when we say we have a smart factory? yeah, a smart manufacturing operation. So really, three big components to call a factory and converting it into smart factory: sourcing and network collaboration. So it's the vendor system, the parts, the raw material you need, the manufacturing and supply chain efficiency, and of course, with the not just transformation. I think customer has been always centering to what we manufacture. So customer centricity and sales gain more momentum. And when I say safe operations, I think the factory of the future should be scalable, should be agile, should be flexible and efficient. We all heard in the news that in the advent of Corona, factories of companies like General Motors were transformed into factories producing ventilators. So from a car manufacturing to producing ventilators. So that's the kind of resilience technology can help accelerate within the manufacturing setup. Now, when we talk about safe, what really is the value? What value can it drive for us? Use cases that generate value, because today's customer, he wants to pay less and wants more value. And I think that's the story across any manufacturing sector that you take. And traditionally, I think in the past, the pipelines for generating additional revenue existed within the manufacturing process, but we were not able to harness it because the technology was not mature enough to be able to harness it. But today, if you look at use cases, condition-based monitoring, demand forecasting, energy usage optimization, these are some of the buzzwords much talked about. And I think they become more interesting because many companies are already driving towards it. So pulling the behavior of a traditional view of being slow to embrace, slow to react, to today, if you see, manufacturing companies are at the forefront embracing technology to generate use cases which are value for themselves and value for their customers. Now the question comes how they are doing it, what technologies really are out there that can help generate this value. And in my opinion, and this is a limited opinion, but in my opinion, I've picked 5 technologies that I want to talk about in the next few minutes, which I think will add immense value in the overall manufacturing process, from process digitization to generating customer value. These are namely augmented reality or virtual reality, autonomous vehicles or drones, data sciences, data analytics and machine learning, additive manufacturing or 3D printing as we call it, and lastly, robotics and artificial intelligence. The modern manufacturing industry is investing in all these new technologies to gain competitive advantage in the global markets. Now let's see what these technologies can do for us. So what are these technologies really? When we talk about virtual reality or augmented reality, I think they were buzzwords for the gaming industry. And from gaming, now these buzzwords are already shop floor buzzwords because of the significant advantage they bring, especially in the last 6 months. The advent of augmented reality into the manufacturing space has increased significantly. Before I jump into the technology, some of the statistics taken from the big 4 consulting firms and surveys, it indicates that today we stand with 13% embrace of this technology within the manufacturing scope of systems. And it's expected that in the next 5 years, this will grow 150% to 33%. What does this technology really mean? A computer-generated environment used to provide digitally enhanced view of the world. This technology, basically, what it does is it merges the virtual with the real world. So you can design the real world systems into the virtual world and see the impact of real world in the virtual to drive some actions. and vice versa. Let me pick a use case which might be of interest to you. Think about this, that you have a machine that you have supplied which is deployed in the field in Brazil. There is corona, there is travel restriction, so you cannot have somebody from a German headquartered company with a machine which was jointly engineered by team in India, delivered to a customer in Brazil, and now they need some help. Think about this technology as a lever to solve this problem without even movement of people. So you can have a person in Brazil who, with the help of this technology, can go to the machine, can get instructions either from Germany or India or both, can get the data manuals supplied to him on touch on a mobile device to be able to diagnose the problem on the machine. I think that's a very, very compelling use case for us to look at embracing and understanding where we can utilize it in our manufacturing operations. Autonomous things, I think there has been enough buzz with Amazons and other platform aggregators in terms of the supply chain, right? Means we have heard about drones delivering stuff, drones delivering chemicals. I would want to draw your attention to another aspect. Think about if you have a furnace or a boiler and you can use a drone to make an inspection and make the process safe for your people. That is possible. And you do it with possibly 1/3 of the resources that are needed to really make that kind of an inspection. So drones, they really are finding increased applications from a safety perspective, from optimizing supply chain perspective, enabling infrastructure maintenance. As I said, you can make a building audit, and with the help of the data collected through drones, you can very quickly, in a time efficient manner, provide expert audit report to the end user. As well as they are also finding use within the manufacturing operations, within the stores, in terms of the warehouse security and stockpile management. My favorite and most interesting use case is bringing technology in the form of advanced analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence into the operations, into the processes, into the machines themselves. So from the use case perspective, think about this, that let's say you are using a cutter router in your plant and you are able to avoid downtime because you have a piece of software connected to your hardware, your machine, which is able to predict that when you will need a particular spare. So your mean downtime for the machine is reduced and you have better ROI for the capital invested into the procurement of the machine. It's a very compelling use case, and really this data has been around, available with us, but we didn't have the tools to gather this data and the processing power to process and find intelligence with this data. But now technology has moved to the extent where, using AI-powered, analytics-powered engines and software algorithms, we can very quickly find. The very first industry to embrace this was aerospace, and second was automotive in terms of embracing analytics, artificial intelligence. Of course, they had a valid reason at that point in time because of the cost of technology. But I think now is the time that each manufacturing unit needs to assess and ascertain, because this particular technology holds immense potential for creating insights, improving efficiencies, reducing times, and creating customer delight in terms of the product or the service that is being provided, and thus generating revenue for all involved. Additive manufacturing, or commonly known as 3D printing, of course, it has been around for the last few decades, but has gained prominence in the recent times. Firstly, with additive manufacturing, the biggest use case was obsolescence management. So that if a part is obsolete, you could easily use a 3D printer with STFL to create it. The other advantage is you don't need specific machines, just a particular printer and a limited production area, and you could produce the part. One use case here I would like to share with you is at Singapore Airport. What they have is they have a 3D printer installed, a mobile 3D printer lab installed for the use by the aircraft industry or airline industry. And this has helped them save millions of dollars from a perspective that if an aircraft lands at Singapore Airport and there is a part which possibly will take time to get delivered to the airline, they can opt for getting it printed on the airport, thus reduce the turnaround time, reduce the operations cost in terms of the cost for having the aircraft standing on the ground, and improving the return on their investment. So there are many industries which are using it. We at ThyssenKrupp are doing it and using it, and 3D printing is definitely here to stay, and the growth in this industry is expected to grow from the current standards to $21 billion by 2021 next year. Last but not the least, I think robots have been around in our factories for a long time, but I think with the advent in the cost of processing of information and technology, robots are going to become far more intelligent than before. And we as humans have to embrace this fact that robots are here to stay. And the disruption caused by COVID re-emphasized the need to have safer operations, and many industries are re-looking at their operations and seeing if they can increase the level of automation by introducing robotic processes in their SOP, standard operating procedures, for producing any part. What this will also drive in the manufacturing industry is a level of upskilling will be needed, so that people and humans, so when I say cobots, it's humans and bots working together without having any safety incident. And I think robots have become relatively cheaper, and there is a new creed coming up in the industry wherein you can get robots for hire, right? So you will see over the coming years, there are many companies which are now coming up with plans for robots for hire. I think the cost of investment in manufacturing has always been the white elephant in the boardrooms, but now with smarter business models, smarter technology, I think manufacturing is going to see a sea of change coming into the way we work. To end my presentation, I think technology has always been the key. I take a quote from Charles Darwin: it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. And I think more and more companies are embracing the change that digital technology is bringing. I think we should not do technology for the sake of technology. So it's not one pill fits all kind of a solution. I think one has to take a deeper look at their operations and see which technologies fit into their current operations, and then quickly move towards a strategic plan for implementation of that technology into their business operations. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Well, what we saw, that was something very new. And yes, that was very interesting. And that was, you're getting a robot on hire. That's an amazing, right? So look at the technology, where we are going. Absolutely stunning. That's why you should attend such conferences, and you should come to know what's happening latest in the technology. Ladies and gentlemen, That was Mr. Rohit Gupta, Head Technology from ThyssenKrupp. And now, before we go to the next one, let me make a quick, very important announcement. Don't forget to click on the smiley icon on the top of your screen where you can edit your profile. You can collect your event badge and make sure you add all your details so people know more about you. Don't forget to exchange a business card with a single click. And yes, it's a humble request in your networking time. Please visit the booths of Siemens Info and Neosoft and ask your questions. Don't forget to click on the video chat icon where you can talk face to face with the booth representatives, speakers. They'll be happy to answer your questions. Click on the brochures where you see the clickables. Click on the video icons and click on the company logos if you want more information about them. And this is absolutely stunning. I hope you guys are enjoying. Let's move to the next session, which is building the factories of the future. To speak on the topic, we have General Manager Mahindra Ideal Lanka, and his name is Mr. Sadashivam Dureraj. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our next speaker. Here we go. I request him to please be on the virtual stage.
I am Sadashivam Dureraj. Have over 20 years of experience in manufacturing, automotive industry. Prior to join with the Mahindra Ideal Lanka Private Limited as General Manager, Head of Vehicle Production Plant in Mahindra Automobile Assembly Plant located in Sri Lanka. This is part of Mahindra's international operations. Also, I have served in India for Tata Ficosa Automotive Systems, Tata Autocom System Business Unit, Renault Nissan, Hyundai Mobis, Rani NSK Steering System, and Lakshmi Ring Travelers, that is the LMW group, in functions such as operations, manufacturing, engineering, greenfield projects, new model programs, and business excellence. On the academic front, I hold a Bachelor of Engineering in Production Engineering from Anna University and an MBA Operations Management from IGNOU. I like to brief the building the factories of the future. I like to share the screen now. Building the factories of the future. So there are 3 chapters I like to brief with you. Examining new factory concept enabled by Industry 4.0. The Industry 4.0 means the smart factory, computerization of manufacturing, initiated in 2011 by the German. The rise of new digital industrial technology known as Industry 4.0 is a transformation that makes it possible to gather and analyze data across machines, enabling faster, more flexible, and more efficient processes to produce higher quality goods and reduce the cost. What is our want-to-be condition, ideal requirement, achievement of target profitability and competitiveness through the effective utilization of available resources. Generally, we say available resources means 4M, man, machine, material, method. The Industry 4.0 concept is the integration of the available resources and information technology. Industry 4.0 is basically a concept wherein the advances in information technology are harnessed to modernize manufacturing method and make them more efficient and quality oriented. What is the scope for this integration of machines and manufacturing assets with PLC to enable information technology and operation technology integration, IT and OT integration? A programmable logic controller is a device designed for the controlling manufacturing process. IT is the use of computers storing, retrieving, and sending data or information. The operational technology is hardware and software that detects a change or causes a change through the direct monitoring and control of industrial equipment, assets, processes, and other events. The integration of production systems through sensors, actuator, control systems, and the softwares, MES software, ERP, PLM software, SCM, CRM software. I like to brief this. The manufacturing execution system software are computerized systems used in manufacturing to track and document the transformation of raw material to the finished goods, end product. The ERP software, enterprise resource planning, is normally used for MRP, HR, purchasing, inventory management, order management, and accounting. ERP ensures quality products are manufactured in a timely, cost-controlled manner once a product has been engineered and approved. PLM software, product lifecycle management, manages the innovation and design process. Supply chain management is the management of flow of goods and services and includes all processes that transform raw material into final product. The CRM software, customer relationship management, is a technology for managing all our company's relationship and interactions with the current customer and potential customer. Key point in this chapter is computerization of manufacturing, produce higher quality goods at reduced cost, profitability and competitiveness, effective utilization of available resources, information technology are harnessed, IT and OT integration, controlling manufacturing process, detect a change, monitoring and control, manages the innovation, management of the flow of the goods. Now, I like to brief the second chapter. How new initiatives are driving operational and business excellence. See, Industry 4.0 creates many opportunities for organizations to use advanced technologies across their entire value chain, driving operational excellence and business growth in multiple areas, from products and services to supply chains and other stakeholders such as employees, supplier partners, and customers. The initial investment is high, so at the first step, we need to prepare ourselves. That is the common goal, common purpose in the organization. Like our organizational approach must be quality conscious and customer centric. And our manufacturing philosophy is in line with zero defect manufacturing, do it first time right. And our people mindset, quality at source, build in quality, don't receive the defects, don't make the defects, don't pass the defects. Plus the shop floor management, the standards, autonomous maintenance, quality assurance, job allocation, job observation, skill management, mainly the safety and 5S. And our management focus in benchmarking, building effective team, quick to adapt. And our leadership commitment. There are 3 steps of leadership commitments: leading self, leading a team, leading an organization. Leading self, everyone must committed to zero accident, zero group breakdown, zero customer complaint, frugal. And leading a team, we are committed for integration, collaboration, long-term perspective, optimize. Leading an organization, every leader must prepare themselves as a versatile person, committed for cross-functional growth, think big, dream big. The management competencies must be developed in drive for results, innovation management, managing vision and purpose. And finally, the business excellence, customer focus, operation focus, and workforce focus, and business results. The key point in this session is driving operational excellence, quality conscious, customer centric, zero defect manufacturing, do it first time right, build in quality, autonomous maintenance, benchmarking, building effective team, quick to adapt, focus in customer, operations, and workforce. I like to explain about the third chapter, that is the future, moving from process improvements to using industrial IoT to drive wide innovation. In addition to the IoT, the discussion will look at the impact of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and virtual reality on manufacturing. So industrial IoT, what is the industrial IoT? Industrial Internet of Things, simply we call industrial automation. If we are looking to automate our processes in a smart way, then industrial IoT is the way to go. Interconnect sensor, instruments, and other devices networked together in an industrial setting, that is a manufacturing setting. This connectivity allows for remote access and monitoring, but more importantly, it allows for data collection, exchange, and analysis of different data sources. This has enormous potential for improving productivity and efficiency, as well as quality and safety. The Internet of Things describes the network of physical objects, things that are embedded with the sensor, software, and other technologies for the purpose of connecting and exchanging data with other devices and systems over the internet. The sensing technology has been around for a long time and is very sophisticated. What is completely new is that devices talk to devices, and the devices then talk to computer, and the computer will start to predict maintenance, make suggestions, and even make decisions using built-in artificial intelligence. First of all, we can predict what will happen and better anticipate and prevent machines shutdowns. The artificial intelligence we call AI, sometimes called machine intelligence, is intelligence demonstrated by machines. Example, the implementation of artificial intelligence in the automotive industry is not solely limited to self-driving capability, that is autonomous vehicle capability. The majority of solutions of artificial intelligence in vehicle systems are built around the advanced driver assistance system, that is ADAS system, the combination of edge computing and IoT devices and voice recognitions. The ability to do advanced on-device processing and analytics is referred to as edge computing. The universe of internet connected devices, the counterpart to the cloud. Cloud computing is the delivery of computing services, including server, storage, database, networking, software, analytics, and intelligence. Machine learning is the study of computer algorithms that improve automatically through experience. It is seen as a subset of artificial intelligence. In the automotive industry, machine learning is most often associated with product innovations, such as self-driving cars or autonomous vehicle, parking and land changing assist, and smart energy systems. The virtual reality, VR, is a simulated experience that can be similar to or completely different from the real world. For example, vehicle designers can significantly save both project cost and time by visualizing the exterior of a vehicle virtually instead of creating a new physical products. The key points are in this session are drive-wide innovation, remote access and monitoring, network of physical objects, device and systems over the internet, make decision using built-in artificial intelligence, better anticipate and prevent machine shutdowns, advanced on device processing and analytics, simulated experience, visualizing. The impact of artificial intelligence on manufacturing. There are three important points: able to optimize manufacturing process, smart maintenance, and rise of quality. I like to brief able to optimize manufacturing process. Artificial intelligence can help to increase efficiency on the production floor by automating manual or repeated tasks. AI systems will also be able to optimize manufacturing process by monitoring every stage of the production cycle, such as lead times and quantities used in line. Next, the smart maintenance. The predictive maintenance has become a must-have solution for manufacturers who have much to gain from being able to predict the next failure of a part, machine, or any system. Predictive maintenance uses advanced AI algorithms in the form of machine learning and artificial neural networks to formulate predictions regarding asset malfunction. This allows for drastic reduction in costly unplanned downtime, that is unpredicted downtime, as well as for extending the remaining useful life of production machines and equipments. In case where maintenance is unavoidable, technicians are briefed ahead of time on which components need inspection and which tools and methods to use, resulting in very focused repairs that are scheduled in advance. Then finally, the rise of quality. What's our conclusion? The manufacturing sector is a perfect fit for the application of artificial intelligence, even though the Industry 4.0 revolution is still in its early stages in India. We are already witnessing significant benefits from artificial intelligence, from the design process and production floor to the supply chain and administration. AI is destined to change the way we manufacture product and process materials forever. The key points are able to optimize manufacturing process, drastic reduction in costly unplanned downtime, scheduled in advance. Next, the impact of machine learning on manufacturing. Machine learning could positively impact manufacturers' bottom line, that is the profitability of the organization. I just outlined three major impacts of machine learning on manufacturing today: service parts demand forecasting, new product introductions, price optimization. So the service spots demand forecasting, investing in technologies that incorporate machine learning gives manufacturers greater control and visibility, as well as an effective service spots inventory redistribution process. Cloud-based inventory management solutions eliminate overstocking and enable warehouses to work with each other. And the new product introductions. When a manufacturer is introducing a new product, machine learning can use algorithms and analytics to track and determine the launch success, incorporating data from sales, social media chatter, and web traffic, among other sources. This helps manufacturers, particularly in their after-sales service organizations, know when and where replacement parts need to be ordered and stocked. That is inventory, oftentimes eliminating excess inventories and overhead cost. Plus, when parts are stocked appropriately, customers are guaranteed to great service experience. It's a customer satisfaction. And the service spot price optimization. When coming up with pricing for service spots, manufacturers should be mindful of the different factors that can be used to enhance sales, including parts location, seasonality, weather, and demand. With machine learning capabilities, manufacturers can incorporate all test factors and more to automatically adjust the prices based on what the market will bear. The key points are great control and visibility, track and determine the launch success, automatically adjust prices. The impact of virtual reality on manufacturing. I list out few examples from the automotive industry. Vehicle design and build, maintenance and assembly training, factory floor planning, improved worker safety, inventory management, better developed products. For example, the virtual assembly. The use of virtual reality allows for the possibility of almost perfect assembly. The use of goggles that contain depth sensors, cameras, and motion sensors provide a real view of working environment, engineers and workers, and how the work instructions and parts being assembled. A production manager can see ahead of time where the bottlenecks are likely to occur. Therefore, he can maximize efficiencies and reduce total waste before any physical work is started. The virtual training. The VR system allows a new employee to be thrown into the manufacturing process without slowing down production because of their inexperience or less skill. The VR world can be programmed to replicate the production process, and with mock components, the employee can have real world training in a virtual environment. VR safety training to enhance risk predictions and worker safety. That is virtual reality safety training. Virtual reality would also allow a machine operator or maintenance technicians to learn about a new piece of equipment before it is installed in the machine. Using virtual technologies delivers significant improvements in the areas of cost, time, and quality. The key points are provide a real view of working environment, reduce total waste, real world training, risk prediction, significant improvements in the areas of cost, time, and quality. I thank Smart Manufacturing Summit team, the event organizers, all the participants, as well as our senior leaders, industry veterans, and future leaders. Thanks for participating in this historical event. Good luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful session, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's time for some action. I hope you are enjoying each and every bit. Please respond in the chat section. We are waiting for you. And the action time is, ladies and gentlemen, it's a tech panel discussion. Let me quickly introduce the topic. It's reimagining manufacturing after COVID-19. Very interesting topic. Don't miss it out. Even I'm super excited to know how to reimagine the manufacturing after COVID-19. The topics which will be covered, like enabler for successful transformation during and after the pandemic, how to leverage strategic industry 4.0 technologies to build on existing systems and infrastructure for a big impact, technology solution, implications, difference before and after the pandemic. So the moderator is Mr. Sunil Bharadwaj, a former Deputy General Manager, Supply Chain Raymond Limited. You already have seen him. Panelists are Mr. Gautam Datta, Senior Director from Siemens Digital Industry Software. We have Mr. Bino George, Head of Business Consulting, N4 India. We have Mr. Sachin Sharma, General Manager, MK Auto Clutch Company. Then we have Mr. Avnish Kumar Watts, AGM IT, Energy Efficiency Services. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm super duper excited to start the tech panel discussion. I request everyone, don't miss this out. This is going to be super action packed and full of knowledge. So, let's begin.
So friends, thank you all for being a part of this wonderful panel discussion. Thank you to Team Entray and all the sponsors, and big thanks to Kiran and his team for giving us this opportunity to discuss a very vast, complex, yet a very relevant topic, given that we are in very uncertain times. And even as we speak, we don't know when the vaccine will come, when COVID is going to really go away. So I don't know whether at the outset I should, slightly tweak the topic in terms of saying, how manufacturing should be done presently, and then we go into reimagining, and we really don't know how it will look post-COVID, because we don't know when that post-COVID era will come. So having set this tone, I would just request each of my esteemed co-panelists to spend approximately a minute each, okay, just giving their broad overview and their broad thoughts on this topic. Now, when you say reimagining smart manufacturing or Industry 4.0 or manufacturing 4.0 or IIoT or whatever technologies there are within it, when you say reimagining this concept and philosophy, given the times that we are in, Black Swan, VUCA, COVID, call it whatever you will, I would urge each one of you to spend not more than a minute, okay, to break the ice and set the ball rolling for the discussion. I would begin with Mr. Sachin Sharma.
So good afternoon, gentlemen. Thanks for giving me this opportunity to address this issue. It's not only the COVID which have given us this opportunity to go into a kind of Industry 4.0 thinking, but it's been like competition in the global market. China has been a biggest threat for Indian business person. So to beat China, definitely this thinking is very important. And more or less, China has always been on the edge of manufacturing equipments, manufacturing technologies with respect to producing numbers. Definitely they are producing numbers, but their numbers are scattered into quality and quantity. So India right now is in the state where we have to think about 4.0. We have to look into the opportunities for small scale sectors, for medium scale sectors, and for definitely the bigger industries. For us, we are manufacturers of automotive components, and we are a very small scale company. We are into after sales. Rather, we are not into very much big into OEM supplies, but yes, we have a brand name. We are supplying to India since last 40-45 years, and we have our own established product line. To beat China's product in India, we are and we keep on improving our technologies. This recent development with our technologies is we are opting into artificial intelligence. We have been doing this things not only during this post COVID thing, but prior to COVID thing also. So it's very important, my friends, to look into and think about this 4.0 terminology.
Excellent. Thanks for chipping in with your quick opening thoughts. You did bring about the aspect of China. I would now move over to Mr. Gautam for his quick views on the topic.
Thank you. Building upon what Sachin mentioned, I'm not going to redefine smart manufacturing. I'm assuming that we understand that it is about connected machines. It's about taking decisions based on data. It is about addressing mass customization, global quality standards, whether it is an SME or whether it is a existing established large OEM. These are the topics. However, the present situation, I believe, based on my discussions and our interactions with the segment of, especially middle size segment in India, it is emerging that there are three topics they are really worried about. Number one, a very, very unstable and inconsistent supply and demand side. Okay. On the second, the safety of the people, when they come and work in the factory, in the plant, in the R&D, in the organization. And last but not the least, continuing to be innovative with the products and new products, because the new products have to come out in the market, so that you don't lose market share, so that you don't lose customers, because people would like to have new products only when the demand will kick in. So in essence, what we are calling this as operational resilience, to be able to address the very dynamic daily change of need. Something is missing, some people are missing, and yet you have an order and you have to reschedule your internal operations, utilize whatever resources you have and move forward. And whether it is the unstable demand or whether it is an inconsistent supply from suppliers, you still have to continue to improve your operational efficiency. It's not so much about efficiency, it's how quickly you can respond to the changes. Okay, that's why we are using the word resilience. And while you're doing that, to be innovative both on your product and processes. This is what I believe is the challenge that most of our organizations and people, especially people who work in those organizations, who have to take those decisions. And they truly believe, and that's where I agree with Sachin, that digitalization and digital technologies, if implemented properly, can give them the control over this responsiveness in resilience and innovation. Thank you.
Very good points, I think, for us to build on going forward. Supply demand equations, risk and resiliency, etc. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Mr. Bino. Your opening thoughts, overview on the subject.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you on the esteemed panel. Thank you for giving this chance for me to speak. And I represent a software firm. And it's very interesting that, I've been involved and participating in conversations where 4.0 or, technology and IoT, whatever name you give it, was all being spoken before the pandemic, right? Now with the pandemic, the question that I want to just maybe start on a little bit of a lighter note is, it has only been the CIO which spread the whole digitizing of a process. So IoT or Industry 4 has been something people are closely looking at, to what Gautam rightly said, to ensure if you can look at supply chain disruptions efficiently, to look at whether you can sit remotely. All of us are remotely sitting and working. All these are where IoT or smart manufacturing issues come into play. So I think if I have to take a unified look at smart manufacturing and the COVID environment, I think COVID environment is just speeding the whole process. There are already industries using smart manufacturing, but across the swath of industries, it has made a speeding of the whole process. I would conclude my initial thoughts on that for now. Over to you, Suhil.
Excellent. Thank you very much, sir. I think it's now time for Avnish to unmute and quickly say a few words. Maybe you have a minute, Avnish. Could you kindly unmute yourself? Yeah, go on, Avnish.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and thanks for giving this opportunity. So I actually not from the manufacturing side. So I am handling the IT in ESL. ESL is not a manufacturing, but they are consuming a lot of product. And if you will see the growth of ESL, crores of street light has been implemented, many Ujala bulbs and all. So we are very closely associated with the manufacturing industry. So if we will see about the Industry 4.0, it is an inclusion digital era. Means we need to look not only with the manufacturing perspective, it should be like every individual, your customer, your employee, your all stakeholder would get benefited with that Industry 4.0 implementation. So it is only possible by using the digital initiatives and digital transformation. So that will impact your existing processes and how best you can innovate your product, how best you can innovate your services. So if you will see the example of IoT, so it is now in industry, we are most of the services has been provided by or based on the outcome of these. So very robust implementation and framework has to be built on that. So ultimately there are a lot many different technologies are available there, but what particular technology is suitable for that particular industry, that need to be seen, evaluate, and get it implemented. That is
Excellent.
my
Thank you very much. I think you pretty much all of you put together have touched upon the upcoming themes that I have in mind. But again, now at this stage, I would again starting with Sachin, if I may, we will try and spend the next 9 to 10 minutes discussing the first theme for the panel discussion today. Then that is regarding where do we start actually. If I were to ask you based on your experience and based on your own journey, etc. Where do we start? In fact, how do we formulate an industry 4.0 strategy? Where do I begin? What are those factors? Where do I start? Now, assume I have to have a chat with my team, with my CIO, CEO, CFO, supply chain, and assume. Now, go to a drawing board. Now, where do you start? Given the present circumstances, challenges, okay, investments have taken place, companies are at varying stages. So, how do I start formulating a strategy towards Industry 4? Over to you, Mr. Sachin.
Very important and very, very delicate question, because I've been associated to automotive parts manufacturing industry since last 25 years now. Every time when there has been new technology, every time where there has been new approach, the automotive sector in India was not very much comfortable with those approaches. Why it happened? Because of the competitive market, competition in the global sector. So most of the times, the upper layer, I would say the OE layer or maybe the tier 1 suppliers, they were a little bit benefited with those challenges, with those technology advancements. But small scale sector or those were not benefited, because they were always in a trap of like how to keep their customers happy. Now, in this era, everybody is thinking in a different perspective. If I talk about my company, because normally I take examples of my own company, so I will share it with my own company's experience. We took it as that the first thing which is required, the foremost thing which is required to move ahead for this terminology is to manage data. All the companies have lots of data which are present in their hard files, lots of papers lying in their stores, and many industries they are having record rooms. Even today, many of the industry in India, they are having their record rooms. So we need to get rid of those record rooms and bring all those records into a platform where those records are available for everybody. So that when an R&D is happening, when an engineering change is happening, when a manufacturing change is happening, those data are available and they are available for quick usage. Rather than only available into the server room, they are available on the desk of every individual, whether he is related to R&D, whether he is related to manufacturing, whether he is related to finance, whether it is related to purchase. So he should have all those histories. So how did I learn about this thing is from the Japanese word kakotra. Kakotra means keeping the history. So keeping the history means you need to have those records. We all have records, but those are in that shape which we generally don't want to do, because today's generation who is coming into industry, they are very much used to these smartphones. They want everything on their smartphone. So if we start up with that level, we change our data into soft thing, and we create those platforms for our new generation engineers, new generation manufacturing heads, new generation purchasers, the data availability. Definitely this terminology will be boosted.
I think Sachin has brought about a very good point. If he were to talk about strategy, I think he will look at data strategy first, in terms of making it available to people, making it accessible, okay, making it transparent. Now, whether it's historic data, relevant data, we can always discuss that. But what he's trying to tell all of us is that possibly he will focus more on a data strategy when you talk of Industry 4 strategy, okay, to begin with. Now coming to,
of course, thank you,
Gautam. Thank you, sir. Now coming to Mr. Gautam, where would you start based on your experience, or based on what things have worked in the past. How does one start formulating or thinking about an industry 4.0 strategy? A broader question. If you could kindly unmute, sir.
That we put this in perspective. Actually, Sachin has answered the question, but I'm going to give it a more generic perspective, so that Sachin mentioned his company as an example, but let me give it a generic twist. We have all used the right words: data, history, version, collaboration, all that he's talked about. Let's put it a perspective. First and foremost, Industry 4.0 is a bunch of technologies. Simulation, big data, IIoT, cloud, robotics, cyber physical systems, 3D printing, augmented reality. These are blockchain. These are just pieces of technology. All of them are not relevant all the time. So it's not like I'm buying a technology and I'll become digital in nature. So somebody did mention, I think Avnish mentioned, we need to understand our business, next 3 years of plan. What are the challenges? Therefore, what are the gaps to address those focus areas, and pick those technologies and see how my process needs to be re-engineered, so that what Sachin mentioned, in case we need to collaborate, we need to maintain versions, we need to have data access. Here, I slightly differ from you. When you say data strategy, data in itself has no meaning unless it is put in context. Okay, so data in itself means I can implement IIoT and I get some data on my mobile phone. Not good enough. Unless I say, this is a production data. Compared to yesterday, my production was lesser. Compared to last 1 month, I took a higher time in my changeover time. Compared to last 1 year, I've got a higher rejection rate on that particular workstation, on that particular component. Therefore, I need to take some actions. So it has to be put in context. So when you say data strategy, it is correct, but data is data contextualization and strategy. Okay? Your question, what is it that you would like to do? We have a bit of an advantage here in Siemens. We actually consume, also we provide technology. Okay, we have 22 factories in the country, so we manufacture, we design, we have many people actually as a manufacturer. On the other side, we have technologies that we take to our customers who implement product lifecycle management, CAD, CAMS, the integrated
services.
Lifecycle. So keeping that in mind, we did studies over last 6 months and a year, talking to people, talking to SMB. Normally, a value chain says design, plan, manufacture, execute, and sell it to the customer, and the closed loop of feedback across the value chain. That is known as the horizontal end-to-end product lifecycle value chain, which is one of the, so first and foremost, my strategy would be, I'm putting Sachin's input in perspective. We need to check out what are the integrated areas in my company. Is my design talking to manufacturing? Is my manufacturing talking to quality? Is feedback coming from quality so that I can implement closed loop quality? Is feedback coming from manufacturing so that I implement closed loop manufacturing? Am I doing design for manufacturing analysis, DFM? Am I doing DFQ analysis? Unless I do all these study of system integration, there is no start. So first and foremost would be 3-year business plan, 3-year strategy, gap areas, integration, data contextualization strategy. That's the first step. Once this is in place, I start getting my feedback loop. What am I going to do with those insights? Doctor tells me you are overweight. Okay, I keep the report on my side. Is not good enough. I need to actually start running in the morning or measuring my calorie intakes. There is an action to that data. So what is the design intervention? What is the manufacturing intervention? That would be my second strategy. To begin with, there are 3-4 more steps, but to answer your question, what will I do first is to put this in perspective.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I think very well summarized, very well contextualized, and well prioritized too. And now I would urge Bino to add something to this, because both our previous speakers have been pretty comprehensive given a short time. But I would urge Bino and Avnish to think through and maybe add further to what our esteemed speakers have already said.
Yeah, so, you rightly mentioned, I think we are all on the same track, and I totally agree with both my esteemed speakers before me. But I just want to use this as an example. I'll tell you, one of the things that I see in the market, being a software enterprise application company, everybody has rushed into an ERP, which is really nice, very good. And if you don't, and let me start with, because we are going to have a wider audience listen to it, let me start with the caveat that two applications don't make an ERP. ERP is one unified application where you already have an advantage of using data analysis across departments. Okay, that's one part. Because I have also seen people who say we have got ERP and have got 3 applications, which are core to their business, which is dangerous, right? Second is I have seen a trend, which I think Gautam rightly touched upon. I have seen in industries, let me just give you the segment of industries, like process industry. They are looking for PLM solutions because discrete manufacturing industries are already matured there. Process industries are talking about PLM. I have seen global supply chain cloud as a solution. These are solutions we provide. So I know that there are people asking for it. And we are already successfully supporting our global customers. So we have Infor Nexus, which is a global supply chain. So these actually make you talk between the supplier's ERP and your ERP and the customer's ERP. Then we have something, the third aspect is something where Sachin's industry is, we are already in talks with a couple of them who are actually looking at IoT with an enterprise asset management solution, because ERPs are transaction systems. They are not expected to. You could do, you could jump a couple of hoops more. You could jump a couple of hoops more to make ERPs talk to IoT systems. But in the true sense, if you want a future-proof requirement, you need a system that is open to AI, ML, cloud-based analytics, all of that, while you also defend against all the kinds of, viruses and attacks and ransomware and all of that. So it is very clear in my mind, with my 28 years experience, that ERPs are internally looking, and we need to look at PLM, WMS, EAM, which can be the segments of IoT as we go forward. So
Excellent.
we'll play about it as we go forward.
Superb. Yeah, thank you very much for those insights. I think we are all accumulating a lot of good thoughts and insights, and I think the audience already has a lot to gain in terms of what we've already heard. And now Avnish, you have the toughest job to do before we move to the next theme. Now, what else do you have to add? Anything that comes to your mind? You can unmute yourself first. It's always tricky for the last speaker, right?
Really. So it's really you are saying it's a tough job, because most of the thing my esteemed panelist has already covered. But I just wanted to add one thing. As I have explained in my first question, strategy is not a very, because if you have to implement industry 4.0 digital strategy or digital transformation in any industry, you need to think your short-term plan, what is your long-term plan. It is not a one-day job, it is not a 1 month job. You need to plan, because if you have already running industry, you know what is the weakest link in your overall process. So you need to target that, because you cannot wait for the overblink all over the industry in a day's time, in a month's time. So you need to run your business parallelly, being that all these things implemented. So you need to plan that way. These are my short-term plan. This is a strategy to improve these particular cycle, to improve my business. And over a period of time, you need to implement various technology which are very much available into the market. You need to fine-tune it. You need to evaluate it. And what are the, as he rightly said, like ERP, but we cannot expect ERP, because ERP is also providing many modules which is IoT integrated. And if you will say IoT, there are many different flavors, many different benefits of different framework. So you need to, which particular framework is valid for your particular industry. You need to think, evaluate, and that need to be implemented, right? So it may be a five-year plan, it may be a 3-year plan, or it may be a 2-year plan. So this particular thing I need to cover in that. So that is my take on it as far as strategy is concerned. Yeah.
Excellent. So being the moderator again, I'm going to put Sachin in the spot now, and this brings me pretty much to the to the next theme, or the topic that we're going to discuss. That is the
sometimes it feels like being first to be is always tough.
So again, to you, Mr. Sachin, and then we'll follow the same order. Gautam can come in, followed by Bino and Avnish. I think now since you started discussing on strategy and the broad aspects that we need to look at, my simple query to you, or rather, I don't know, it may be difficult also. If you were to go to the CXOs of your company, including the CFO, and try to create what I would call as a borrowing from Six Sigma and DMAIC parlance, a project charter. Now, how would you make your case for prioritizing the investments in any area of technology? What would be those guiding factors, guiding principles? Where would you start? If I were to tell you, you please give me a one-page business case or summary in terms of why I should be looking at technology X, or why the CFO should be funding this particular project. Okay, now we are talking a real life case study. So you can borrow from your past, present, future, industry experience, background, implementation journey, etc. I know this question is very broad based and complex, but I have to ask this question because given the context and the subject that we are discussing, I think it's very important for us to understand how we can go about creating a project charter or a business case to focus and prioritize our technology investments. Over to you, Mr. Sachin.
Yes, that's definitely a tough question, but being involved into engineering and developments, and being involved into a development sector and engineering sector for an industry which is serving to the aftermarket requirements, we always do reverse engineering. I have been doing so many reverse engineering, so my chapter starts from there only. I will be doing my project report. I will be putting up the first chapter from the end of the line. End of the line means I will be taking care of the supply management, the logistic management, and my daily sales. I will be taking care of that first, because if my routine has a little bit of sharper demands means if I have a good channel of infusing the orders from the aftermarket requirements, if I have a good channel of information coming from the customer's perspective, it will be very easy for my manufacturing team to plan in their productions. So I will be taking that thing in first to bring in the ERPs or IoTs or these technologies from there, so that I can bring my end product, my ordering, my requirement of the customers into a single platform where everybody inside the plant can handle that easily. This is my take on that. From there, it would be towards production system, how to make the planning integrated with that customer requirement. And from there, it will move on to the other departments which are supporting to production, maybe the maintenance, maybe the quality, maybe the process engineering department. And this will end up to the CFO. He would be the last person I would recommend to get into all these things, because implementing ERP or implementing those software starting from the CFO or the finance department will always give a trouble. He will be having his own demands day to day, but manufacturing guys don't know how to manage. If we start from the back, you will be easily integrating the whole story. This I did in the last couple of months in our company. We started this ERP chapter in 2018, but it was a miserable failure. Why it was miserable? We started it with billing. We didn't start it with the sales actually. We started it with invoicing.
Okay.
And then when it was a failure, it came to my table and we integrated from the sales. And now it is working very fine. Thanks.
So what you're trying to tell everyone, Sachin, is that it should be more more of a process oriented or a functional approach.
Yes, of course, functional approach.
And that will pretty much set the tone for all future discussions, etc. in terms of what you can, if I have understood you correctly. And thanks for bringing that perspective. Over to you, Mr. Gautam. If you could kindly unmute yourself, sir.
I would like to change the perspective from me approaching a CEO, CXO, CTO, CFO to me and the team member working together and taking this message, not me, but their own people, because it's about them. It's not about me. It's not about me providing technology. As I said, it is not about technology. And I agree with Sachin. It's about improvement. It's about transformation. So I'm going to take an example of our own old factory, about a 30-year-old factory in India, which used to make about 75 odd products the factory, although is Siemens is a big company, but this factory is as much as a small and medium business. Okay, in itself, it's a small and medium business running a factory of a like a basketball court size plant, making about 75 electromechanical devices, switch gears, and taking it to the Indian market. Now, what were the challenges we had? Number one, the challenges was that because of the way we are as consumers and because our needs are increasing, we have to now cater to something around 300 models, 250 models from 75. That meant a lot of capital infusion, making the plant bigger, making larger assembly lines, bringing in new special purpose machines, training new people. It was an investment which was actually making it unviable. And this is the reality of any SMB factory in India. It's 15 to 20 years old. It is a brownfield. It has older machines. They are not IIoT ready, all of them. All the machines are not connected. Some of them are, some of them are not. Some of them people are older and skilled in a different way. Some people are younger and skilled in a different way. Everybody needs a transformation. People, process, machines, all of that needs a transformation. And if we go by conventional sense, then the project could become unviable. Okay, because now we have to make 3 times the types of components, and we have to address a global needs to be brought locally, because that is how I can prevent imports and replace it by indigenous, localized, local development, and drive the cost to be more competitive. And because it is sold by our partners, we need to maintain margins and make them profitable and make our customers happy, and it has to be all the rest of the things remaining the same as if it's a global product. First time right, quality, top class, should not fail in million operations, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Now, how did we go about doing it? We looked at it, okay, is it possible in the same size of the factory? Is it possible to do something using technology, changing the process, re-engineering the process? So we started to work on it, and we actually created a brand new semi-automatic plant in the same area by reusing some of the old equipment, by bringing in some of the new technologies like PLCs, automations, automated conveyor lines, video, and in special purpose inspection tools, by automating few of the inline inspections, by making sure that we brought in new traceability technology using barcodes or RFID as the need may be, so that it can separate different models. It can sense. The first operation, for example, is to label the box so that the machines now know which product is being made by scanning. Okay, the moment it reads it, it reorients itself, it changes the PLC programs and stuff, so that its assembly sequences are changed online. So from the same line, that is the whole idea. I would like to present to the CXOs a story that how can we now cater to the new dynamic need, the next level of need, which you cannot estimate today. Okay, which you cannot estimate today, and yet be ready for the dynamics rather than the market and the product itself, because you don't know what the product would be 2 years from now. There is no guarantee. Oh, my product is going to be like this for next 5 years. No. So I cannot hard code. It's like a software guy saying, I will use entries. I would use sensors to pick the data rather than hard code my inputs. And that makes the whole system more flexible. It's similar, analogically similar to that. And we transformed that factory. Today on the same plant, we are making 275 parts, 275 switch gears of different types. We are improved our quality matrix seriously, and we've using lesser number of people, but more people actually studying and changing the algorithms behind. So it's not that we have removed people, but we have reoriented their skill sets, so that now they are doing different kind of job. And this factory is, I won't say it's future proof, but it is more ready for the future as compared to it was.
Right.
Thank you
for bringing those aspects, Gautam, because I know there are, no easy answers, and one has to possibly, not always make it intense. I mean, investment heavy. There are many things you can do internally so that you can optimize, the money spent and also get your desired outcome. So thank you for bringing in that angle. I would now quickly like to change the order a little here. I would bring in Avnish first before I move on to Bino, and then he can join us later. I believe he has something urgent to attend to. So Avnish, could you chip in quickly before you join us?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I just wanted to a small announcement. So again, I have to leave at 3:35 for 15-20 minutes for a quick meeting with the MD, and I will rejoin till the time if the meeting will last. So I think it's very valid point that my panelists were discussed, because there is no straight answer of it, right? If we will talk about any industry, it is on any industry. It could be a manufacturing industry, it could be a process industry, it could be a IT industry. Implementation of the new technology, implementation is a new process, is again the overall engineering of itself, right? So you need to see what are the impact of it, what is the impact on the employment, what is the impact on the customer, what is the impact on the stakeholder. So each and everything has to be seen collectively, and every like if you will write down some note of one paper, definitely if you will see after 5 years down the line, it will be totally different what you have thought. It is my experience in 18 years of experience. So generally there are lot many things comes into the into midway of the implementation. As in last discussion we were seeing, like we need to reorient the employee who are not adapt to the new technology. So you also seen into that where you align them, because for the welfare of them, and there are certain component, like if we will talk about the industry, power industry. I have experience in SCADA. So we need to, that the integration of IT OT, right? It is not so easy, because as for the security aspect, you need to think lot many, because IT power industry comes into that vulnerable sector, and CERT has been designed for that. So if you need to IT OT integration, you need to transform it. So lot many things has to consider, right? So what are the security aspect? What are the employee aspects? What are the technology aspect? What are the thing? What IoT implementation, and what background infrastructure? What cloud you need to position? So because smaller is the thing, easy to answer, easy to decide. Right now, the whole plethora thing has been oriented in IT industry. It is really very tough. Being an IT guys, 3 people comes to me and tell about their technology. Once I start discussing with them, oh, this is the one of the best technology. Next day some guy come and then he explained this is the new feature. So you need to think what are the peer technologies available into the market, what are the processes available, and then you need to decide based on that. So what is the impact of this, what is the ROI based on that, then only you can put the things to your CFO and your management for implementation of these things.
So thank you for those insights. I think again, no easy answers and a lot of factors that need to be considered, given the changes that are taking place around us, and you have been part of journeys which have not been really successful in terms of putting a strategy roadmap, and the gap when it comes to the actual implementation, because it takes years. Sometimes people come and go. So which will now quickly, I'll come to my next theme, but I'll just park it now before we'll first move to Bino for his closing comments on this before I come to my next theme. Yes, Bino.
So
charter, pick factors that you will take to the boardroom, to build a case for a meaningful, structured, focused investment in the area of technology, or call it whatever you will, industry 4, smart, etc.
Yeah, so I will just take the outline of one of our customer experiences. Somebody who's called us in and said, what we can do here. Couple of things here. We got called in, and there was a discussion. There was already some developing ideas within the enterprise that we were talking to. They wanted to see what can we do, what are the areas. So we also do consulting work, guiding our customers. And what we realized is, first is we need to understand what is the culture and maturity of the organization. Right? Is the organization ready to digest it? Like, if there are organizations which are multinational and they are already having counterpart countries of their operations doing something, it's easier. They buy it. They already know some outline of a use case, and they could make it more localized and put it to use. But one thing I want to be very cautious, and though I'm excited, I'm very cautious because I'm an implementation guy myself, is that it is not a fad. Arey usne lagaya, to humko bhi lagana hai. That is not the way it should go. So it's very, very clear. And there are pain points that you need to identify. Maybe your production systems are not giving efficiencies more than 60%, 75%. Then you need to identify, or you need to look at complex competitive advantage that you can get. If I do this, a product which is already having a good market share, can it help me increase more market share? And these are few things. If I do through IoT, I will be in a better position to take care of the quality of my product and move it fast. That's another competitive advantage. There is also a risk of using analytics as IoT. Analytics is analytics. As Gautam rightly mentioned at the beginning of the call, data in context viewing is analytics, right? You want to see the context and you want to see the data in the context. So analytics is not IoT. IoT is about talking about taking machine data in a very seamless manner. I can take machine data on a piece of paper and go and update my systems in 2 days, or I can use sensors to pick it up and immediately have analytics which will tell me something, which gives me fresh data to act on. So these are some of the things that I need to look at. There are industries. I'll give you a parallel before I close out. There are industries that require real-time in-memory computing, and there are industries that don't require it. Banks require in-memory computing. Others don't require it. Manufacturing companies.
So what you're trying to essentially say is that one size fits all will not.
Absolutely.
One has to be very, very, very specific.
Yeah.
So
one more thing is, Industry 4 has many dimensions in itself, right? From HoloLenses to sensors to everything. So we need to be very careful what flies for what, and as you rightly said, one size doesn't fit all. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. So thank you very much. So now, what I'll do, being the moderator, I'll take this liberty of now moving to Mr. Gautam first. Since all of you have raised a very pertinent point, I want to combine in a manner of speaking the next two themes that I have in mind. Instead of asking, instead of posing them to you separately, I'll take the liberty of, putting these two pieces, building blocks together. The first point would be, what are, the aspects of, culture and change management and, people issues. A lot of you brought about issues related to people change, their readiness, how they are going to be trained in the new ecosystem, were we to go ahead and implement something. So what are these, softer aspects which are often overlooked? Because we are more hardwired, analytics, data, monitoring, visual tools, technology, it works. We are hardwired, we are trained that way, right? Analytical thinking, etc. Fine. Let's park that for a while. I'm going to get into the aspect of human psychology, human behavior, consumer psychology, employee psychology. So coming to you, Mr. Gautam, what do you think are some of those, cultural and change aspects that we need to first address to make the whole project journey a success, which everyone has alluded to? And number two, if I were to add a short addendum to this question, what would be, the implications for the MSME space in particular? The small scale industries, the companies which don't have the financial muscle to, forget about going to a boardroom and talking to a CFO. I mean, they're, just barely surviving. They have cash to cash issues, working capital issues, etc. Unlike bigger companies, right? So two parts to my question: issues of culture, people, and change management. And number two, in your view and experience, my lead is
Okay. First topic was about people, and notwithstanding the huge amount of trust and faith I have in the millennials in making the difference. I do have, by the way, a lot more faith than my own generation. I think they're better than us. Because they are natural, they are digital ready, they are digital centric. So one of the things that you asked for is natural, seamless decision making, what Binu mentioned. Let's say you get a data in context, real time, now you have to make a decision. You should be able to make a decision, right? It means there's something needs to happen in your mind, which is thinking critically, taking that insight. That requires, so my first topic is critical thinking. Critical thinking is not something that we are naturally trained for. Never in school, never in college, we are trained. The first time we get pushed for critical thinking is when we start our profession, when we need to face the CXOs, when we have to face our peers, when we have to sit in front of customer and make decisions. We get tested for our critical thinking. So that's the first thing. The second, I would say, another topic of programming, we are very, very good. We are hardwired to give answers. We are not hardwired to ask questions. And if we don't ask questions, we don't get the right answers. Who is going to ask the question? If all of us believe I'm sitting here, you are asking me questions, I'm answering you right now. It's very comfortable. Ask me a question that what will you ask your CXO so that he starts and allows you to do transformation, I will be foxed. Because that answer lies in that question. I have to do my homework to ask that question. Once you have done the homework of preparing the ask question, I have many answers to give. Most of argumentative Indians have very, very good answers to give. But very few of us are trained for asking questions. So that's the second point. And the third is my risk averseness. That is the reason why most of the CXOs do not give us approval for projects and investment. You know why? Not because technology people don't have technology. It's the same technology being used globally. The same technology that Binu has, which he represents in India, have been used globally by many, many leaders. The same technology that I am representing in India, many others are. Why is it that we struggle at every case? Reason is none of the people that we have in that company, they are ready to own that project and move forward. And we, on our side, we are not ready to ask those questions. So imagine the double whammy. I'm not asking those questions which I should. I'm waiting for him to ask me the question. There's very many stories that we have, with customer CEOs traveling, and he says, Gautam, I know what our problem is. You guys don't know what to ask. You are waiting for me to ask the question. I don't know. You are the ones who should be asking the questions. Are you getting my point? So we have to ask the intelligent questions. We have to get them to internalize the value. Then he says, I am ready to own it. Then go to the CEO and say, I'm ready to own it. And no CEO, no businessman, whether he's an investor or a technocrat, will not take that commitment from his own team member who says, I'm ready to own it. So I think that is where we have to work towards.
Excellent. I think, you hit the nail on it, said in a manner of speaking, Gautam, because your answer was, very practical, anecdotal, and very precise. Because unless we ask questions, we are not going to really start this debate. We are not going to have, meaningful conversations, even within teams, within boardrooms, etc. So taking the question forward now to Mr. Sachin. Sir, your views on the whole aspect of culture, change management, people skills, readiness, and anything specific that you want to, add with regard to, the MSME space. So this is a group that feels that, we may not be able to do it, but maybe there are other thoughts that they are in a position to do it, but they just need the right people, right partners, etc. Because my, hypothesis could be flawed, that it's only big companies, like Siemens, Infor, etc., or L&T, etc., who can invest. But maybe there are smaller people who are waiting for the right guidance, right inputs. And like Mr. Gautam rightly said, for people to ask the right questions, to start having these conversations and build that, whole, I would say, the virtue of critical thinking. Easier said than done, sir. I am still learning critical thinking. I don't know whether I have it at all. Okay, over to you.
It's a matter of, I think we have to continue to practice. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. Gautam very rightly said about adaptability of Indian mindset. I would give an example of banking system in India. You know, State Bank of India, Punjab National Bank, all these public sector banks. We have been, since our childhood, we have been seeing their working, we have been watching how do they work. Banking, they are service providers. But at the bank, our parents were like, kind of, they were in this position, in Boeing position. And when computer thing added to the banking, it was like a hell for the banking sector. They really crashed it out. I mean, the public sector banking was crashed out and private sector banking started up, and ICICI made a benchmark. HDFC made a benchmark. You know why? Because of the mindset. It was not like they were not able to get the trainings done. They were not able to give them proper infrastructure to get trained. It was the mindset of the people down the line. That is where the changes are to be done. Like in MSME, I am from the MSME sector. I belong to a company. In my whole career, I have been into small scale industry only. I have worked in 3 companies only, which are very small companies, like their businesses are very small. But thinking innovative had been a change point in all these 3 companies. My first company, our slogan was either bring in some innovative product or don't develop anything. My second company was, okay, follow the guidelines of customer, improve your technology. And today, I have been associated with this company for the last 17 years. And this company is in this business for 40 years. And our slogan is very simple. Don't change because your competitor is changing. Change because you need a change. Rightly said by Bino, it is not important that your customer has bought that SAP thing in his premises. You need to buy that. No, you can work with a simple ERP system by choosing the right modules, by integrating those right modules into your right, what I earlier said, functional requirements. So now coming back to Mr. Gautam, that yes, the new generation is very much digital ready. I have got 2 kids. One is 11 years old and another is 9-year-old. Daily basis, when I go back to my home, I learn a new technology from them. They show me their mobile, okay, Papa, I got this update. You know what it will do? It will kill all the bugs which I'm facing problem for my games. Oh, surprising. That 11-year kid is teaching me, and I'm very much adaptable to that. Okay, very good. So the new generation which is coming into industry, they are very much digital ready. The only thing which we have to do, we have to select the right technology for the right industry. If you are a small scale industry, you need to think from that perspective.
That was my next theme, incidentally. It's all connecting up very nicely. So thank you. Over to you, Mr. Bino, quickly.
Yeah, I touched upon the culture thing in my previous response. And of course, IoT or Industry 4.0 will bring in some concern as ERP is bought in 20 years ago. Okay, let's be real about it. We are talking about people, we are not talking about machines. So that's a real point. But it's again, how did we overcome the ERP concern? Everybody thought they will lose their jobs and all of it. It was retraining, skilling, proving, communicating. So I was one of the, recently we just went live with a company, ERP company, which is already replacing one of their ERPs, one with a ERP that we were offering in the textile business. And 15 companies went live, 15 locations went live at one shot. And the whole idea was that they were able to quickly pick it, adopt it, and move it, and they saw benefit from the previous ERP that they were using. So it's all about, the culture that you create, the vision that the management brings in. One of the things I've been talking when we sit in steering committee meetings is, sir, don't go ahead with this project, IoT, ERP, WMS, any piece of this, if management not going to back it. If it is saying that let's throw it and see who clicks it and where it goes, then it could be a self-goal. It can't be a goal for you, but it could be a self-goal. Now, coming to your point, I think I've fairly covered the cultural and the people part of it. It's very important, retraining, communication, all of that have its own importance in the whole thing to be done. Like a charter is communication, right, in itself, project charter that you mentioned, Sunil. Now, when it comes to SMEs, small and medium, SMSEs, I would want to take it in a little differently. There are mature industries that would want to adopt a few things quickly because their industry per se is adopting it. And there are some industries like aerospace and defense, component manufacturing. Automotive is a very mature industry that I see. These are the ones that are willing to carry and take this up first. Instead of going to somebody who is in the foundry business and tell them about IoT, and then he gives you 400 reasons why sensors will not work in those temperatures, which could be a genuine problem. But go to the areas that are already mature, willing, have seen their counterparts in the globe benefiting, and then bring the whole thing and work it for us. Ultimately, it's the vision of the management that is running the organization and their clarity of competitive advantage or covering a pain that they're going through that will make this a success.
I think, thanks
just to add to one sentence I will add, because it is about SME, what Binu said, this whole thing can be broken down into baby steps. And not that, your entire business profitability happens in the first baby step. But if my first baby step means I am now going to get my data contextualized on my computer within 5 minutes of it happening. Is it happening? First baby step. The 2 days decision making reduced to 1 hour, that is benefit. Is it paying for itself? Yes, it will pay for itself in 2 months. 2 months later, let's take the next baby step. What would be my manufacturing intervention? Let's implement this particular technology or this re-engineer. So if we can break down my project into baby steps, it will pay for itself. But it is very critical that we know what we are asking for.
Absolutely.
We have to decide.
Good point, Gautam.
I think there's a clear consensus here, in terms of, taking risks, in terms of, creating building blocks, in terms of, starting small, because we all know little drops go on to make a big ocean. So I think, these philosophies are, I would say, or these thoughts are as relevant as ever. Okay, as somebody rightly said at the start, now whether COVID or no COVID or pre or post, I think, certain, business fundamentals and philosophies are here to stay. Okay. So what I'll do now, coming to my last theme before we, take the concluding views and comments of all our esteemed panelists, I would just like to quickly chip in. And I think I start with Mr. Sachin again. Now, if we were to actually, narrow in or zero in, on some X or Y, technology partner, and we want to choose the right technology and we want to go ahead. Now, how should I actually start doing this? So any guidelines, any potential pitfalls, any risks? Now, how do I go about it? How do I choose a partner? How do I choose the technology? And do you have some general tips, guidelines, pitfalls, or things that you actually need to look at? Okay. Again, for many of us, this could be a hypothetical question. Maybe we are not getting into an implementation journey, but assume it happens sometime in the near future. Now, how do I go about handholding the right technology partner, choosing the appropriate technology for my area of business? What would be the guidelines or the governing factors or the pitfalls? Over to you, Mr. Sachin.
I will start it with my last topic's end line, that we should know and we should select the right thing from the right technology. It's not necessary, like as Binu rightly said in the last topic, that Industry 4.0 is not itself is a small technology. It's a bunch of technology. It has lot many things in it. It relates to your daily data management. It relates to your production management, it relates to your daily logistic management, everything is coming under one umbrella. So now you, as far as if I am concerned, I got 7 companies in my group. And out of those 7 companies, we are doing out sales from 3 companies, and 4 companies are our mother companies. They're supplying parts to us. So integrating all these companies all together is a very, very important thing. The first thing is the risk management analysis, which I would do if I start for this chapter. I know what is my risk. My risk is if my orders are not going within the time to the dealer or the distributor network, my competitor is ready to supply. So I need to integrate my dealer and distributor network orders till the mother company, from my sales network to the manufacturing company to the mother company. So this risk assessment is very much important. How much time is needed there to flow this order line? How much time is needed there to bring the parts from mother company to the manufacturing company? Kind of thing. So first take is risk assessment. Second take is how would I manage my team in terms of adaptation of the new technology? How will I draw the training lines? How would I draw the needs of trainings for my people? How many of them are ready for the technology? How many of them are inbuilt with that technology? They are coming from other companies and joining us with knowledge of that base level or not. So the second thing is preparing the training graph and requirements for the people inside the company. And the third point, which I would take care is how much I can take from the existing equipment or existing infrastructure lying in my own company. As rightly said by Mr. Gautam, they re-engineered the things from their own company and brought it to a level to the management. Okay, we could save the money. We are the people who are thinking about the companies rolling in finances. So that will be a more important point at number 4, definitely. That how would I save the money investing the technology simultaneously? Because for SMEs, it is very much important. Paying 100 rupees for a packet of hand wash is very tough. Paying 10 lakhs of rupees buying a machinery is very easy.
Okay.
It is a fact of Indian MSME. You know, this has been shown by this COVID thing very clearly by many. I don't know.
I agree.
Many of you who are listening to us right now can understand this very easily.
Very true. I do understand priorities, focus areas. You know,
yes,
and
very important.
All these financial dynamics work when it comes to taking these decisions. I think very aptly brought out. I'll quickly go to Mr. Gautam. Your approach in terms of choosing a partner, choosing the technology, or your approach. Would it be
before I say
what you will do exactly?
I would like to make one not a disclaimer, wrong word, but a risk in answering this question itself.
Okay.
Don't pick anything that is going to take time, because you do not know. Before you implement, the world changes again. Your world. I'm not talking world in general. Your world, your market, your business, your product, your customer. Because therefore implementation and improvement cycle time has to be shorter than the average business cycle that you have before it changes. For example, it takes 3 years for your laptop to get older. Don't try and change your computer system, which takes 4 years to implement, because before that technology is going to change. It doesn't make sense. This is not an aircraft carrier that it will be surviving for 40 years. Then you have a different plan that how you're going to upgrade technologies in the aircraft carrier for next 40 years, which is going to change at least 5 times, 6 times. through the generation. So that's my disclaimer to the answer. But
Excellent.
now I will try and attempt the answer. And I think, Sachin more or less kind of addressed it from. So business is the real reason of your implementing or buying technology and changing people. Business value. So do you have a first assessment, do you have a very immediate term risk, which is actually killing your customers, which you're creating customer dissatisfaction, which is like an immediate impact on your order, on your account receivables, on your brand image, or whatever it may be. So that needs to be sorted out first. If there is no such risk, if there are only improvement, look at a slightly larger, holistic view of your business and look at what can give you faster returns. Make sure there are faster returns. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to sustain a transformation. Oh, 3 saal baad aayega iska return, 2 saal baad aayega return doesn't work. You have to have a short-term return plan. That yes, immediately as soon as I start implementing, within a month, since I'm going to take my database, contextualized database decisions, I'm going to reduce the 3-day cycle or the Friday evening board meeting cycle to an immediate response based on notifications and reminders that is sent through email. I am going to improve my decision-making efficiency, and you would be able to see a reduced cycle time for design to manufacturing and therefore to the market. So based on these, what are the short term? Then once you have laid these things down, and I'm talking business value, there is no technology discussion right now. There is no people transformation discussion right now, because business is the mother of everything. Business value is everything. Nobody is going to, there is no, for the sake of technology, change. Okay, just because 3D printer is available, let me buy it. Ye ghar ka television nahi hai. I'm not going to upgrade my organizational asset. So business, once you have the business value map it with, and this exercise doesn't take more than a week. Business value is known to us. We do an internal workshop or whatever meeting, sit down. That's the business value. What are the shortest path to benefit? Shortest path to benefit is an analysis we need to do. What is the shortest? Design is releasing engineering bill of material, and when manufacturing starts working on it, there are mistakes. That is a serious error, because it entirely pushes the cycle time back by 15 days to a month. I'm going to release my design tomorrow to engineering, to manufacturing. Today there are design changes. That is serious. You have ordered your die to your tool maker and you're giving him design change 5 days before the die delivery is due. These are sinful errors, cardinal sins, right? You can't expect your efficiency to be improved, right? These are the topics you are facing. I have got 5 physical prototypes to make. Look at how to reduce it to 1. Make the other 4 on computer. If that 5 is taking 5 months and your 1 is taking a month, reduce it to 1 and do the rest in simulation in 2 weeks. You're reducing the cycle time from 5 to 1 month. These are basic thumb rules.
Excellent. I think
that's where I just gave some practical examples.
Excellent. I think whole lot of points. Just to quickly sum up what Mr. Sachin and Mr. Gautam said before I move on to Mr. Bino. I think some very key points that came out were focus on process and pain areas, operational metrics, okay, business pain areas before you even choose the technology. Okay, stick to basics. Try and understand whether you are actually getting or deriving business value out of this. And most importantly, try to crash, optimize, or shorten the project implementation time itself. Don't make it a long story or a long journey, where people come and go, it's forgotten and, priorities are lost. So thank you for bringing in all these perspectives. Now, as usual, coming to Mr. Bino, anything that you would like to add, sir, before we close?
Yeah. I think I think pretty much I agree with what Sachin Sharma has mentioned and Gautam just brought up. One of the terms that you should check us out on Google is info agility. we are actually breaking our ERP implementation into rapid sprints. So, so I totally, concur with what Gautam mentioned, that you can't have a 6-year-old project and know that, array, we were sailing towards Greece, now we have to go towards Australia. We were actually going towards Australia kind of thing, So technology is rapidly changing, and you need to know that. One is that point. One, I think that's a very good point, I think, as a basis, apart from business value, which is very crucial, again touched upon. Third point, I would want to say from a technology aspect, this is again not, assuming that the business things are stated, technology, you have to look at what do you have in your existing toolkit. What is the enterprise already with? Let's not try to throw all that out and get something great and big, because
you can't keep reinventing the wheel, and make it complicated.
Thank you. Second is that, one is that. Second is there is always great point solutions by startups. Will that work for you? Is that fulfilling a business requirement, or are you looking the whole process? So startups will come and fade as the the flower of the grass and the flower on the field. I respect startups; they have their place in the whole ecosystem. But we need to look when it comes to business. When companies are putting money on something and know that when they needed support, the startup is vanished, and the guys have joined somebody or got bought out by somebody who is now looking at taking it somewhere else. That becomes a risk. You like it, you don't like it, business, that's a risk from technology. So you need to look at playing with players who will be able to either solve your point solution, as again, Sachin and Gautam mentioned, is it a knee joint pain? You have a pain that you want to handle and somebody is helping you do that? Or is it an ache in the whole body and you want to actually generally look at solving at a higher level? So, these are some of the things. There are many other challenges. Like one of the other parallel items I want to talk about is, something that is, again, I've been very actively in touch with it, so it comes to a recall very fast, is in the process industry, the PLM. All of it is happening in R&D. You need a new coffee. There is a recipe. The old recipe formulation changes. Like in automotive, the BOM is there, and fine tune the BOM, replace it with an alternate item, and then come out with a new item. Same way in recipes, these guys have been working on Excel sheets because they have regulatory compliances, they have label compliances, and all of the other things. And then suddenly, when everybody is asked to sit at home and work, you have all the more problems because my sheet is telling me something and your sheet is telling you something else. So again, I want to be cautious about the fact that at a IoT level, when we stretch out, we should not slip off the chair. Our chair should be a strong foundation that IoT helps us to leverage, that it should not break the whole thing. So I'm just giving another perspective in addition to all what the esteemed panelists have given.
Brilliant, I think.
Just one more. Before you do decide anything, make sure that whatever you're deciding has to be open. Because tomorrow you may have to add something more. It should not say, oh, you know what? No, you can't. You have to do it from within. Open system is a word which we all are using, open and scalable. Today you
totally
use 5, tomorrow for 50, day after for 500. Today X, tomorrow Y may come from somebody else.
I agree.
Plugged on.
Absolutely.
I think there has to be, very true, I think that there has to be a focus on an open source architecture, or you think of a software as a service model, okay, where you can plug and play and it becomes financially efficient also. So thank you all. So I think the overriding views that I get to understand and listen to is, I think technology at best is only an enabler. Okay, it is all about people, process design, it's about company culture, it is about risk. Okay, it is about taking those small little steps that actually have a business and a consumer impact first. I think it's about looking outside in, looking at the market, the demand, and then working backwards. Okay, it's not as if an inefficient process can feed into a very jazzy technology. It should rather be the other way around. Why not have a technology that can support a very efficiently and well-designed process, business process to begin with? If I may just add my 2 cents based on what I've understood from my esteemed speakers, I just try to summarize it. Now we come to the last part of today's discussion. I would urge each one of you to spend a minute in terms of your closing thoughts. We go back to the drawing board. Manufacturing 4.0, industry 4.0, reimagined in COVID times. Again, some quick nuggets of advice, 2-3 key words, some words of wisdom in terms of where we are heading, and what the next month or 2 is going to look like in terms of the whole technology landscape, or what companies should be really looking at, in addition to what I've already said. anything that you want to add. So I would like to begin with Bino this time. Maybe I give you the first more advantage.
Yeah.
Maybe you can spend the next minute just to share with us your closing thoughts and comments. Over to you.
I think post and before and after the pandemic, first thing is I may sound very cliched, but I think it's very important. I hope all of us continue to be safe and our colleagues be safe, and that's very important. All of this will happen only if we are safe. So God willing, all of that be safe and good, and we find a vaccine very fast. But coming to IoT industry, I think I would always advise companies, if I have to leave a message for all the audience who is listening, I would always advise that take bite-sized, look at what you want to do as an objective from a business perspective, and ensure that you are able to benefit it in short sprints, so that over a period of time, the whole thing can be done. It is future-proof, and you can build on it like a Lego, and that's what really works out. These are the couple of things that I would want to really leave on the table if I have to think about, while we ensure that our enterprise foundations are strong and built on rock solid foundation. Yeah.
Brilliant, I think. Real nuggets of wisdom. Okay. Short sprint, start small, build a base, take it forward. Excellent. Mr. Gautam, over to you.
Yeah. So I would, again, there is no difference. He's talking about from readiness point of view. I'm talking from the market point of view, which requires shorter sprints. One, I think this is one opportunity where small can fight against the big. Okay. I'll tell you why. Economy of scale is going because batch sizes are reducing because of mass customization, because my need is different from yours. Okay, if economy of scale is reducing and mass customization is increasing, the big company advantage of having large volume is eroding. I'm not saying it's gone, but it's eroding. This is an opportunity, therefore, for medium and small scale industries to be able to be more innovative. It's not that they will suddenly become more relevant on its own. No, they also have to make an effort. The effort would have to make a bit more smarter products. There is no other place for another set of manhole makers manufactured in the world. It's already being done in our neighboring country. Okay, in terms of volume, we cannot fight that war of volume. We have to fight the war and battle of smartness. So if I am making something, invest in intellectual capability of upping the ante of the product innovative index, if I may call it. Make it more innovative. It doesn't matter, even if it is one component which is forged, make it matrixed so that it reduces weight by 80% by maintaining the mechanical or any other capabilities that it has. Okay, if you are making a forging tool, see if it can be done in the 3D printed stuff in a shorter batch. I'm talking about not 2% improvement, 10% improvement. I'm talking about 100, 200, 300% improvement. That is where we would start making a difference, and the small can, have a headbutt against the big and yet win. I think if there was an opportunity for small to be equal, the Goliath versus David, this is the moment.
Excellent. I think very interesting thoughts with regard to focus not only on process but on product design, engineering, and how that can actually enable the potential for meaningful technology investments. Last but not the least, I can see Mr. Sachin Sharma smiling at all of us. So over to you, sir.
It's not smiling at all of you, but definitely I would take both the co-panelists as very, very intelligent and very, very bottom line speakers. And I will take just one word out of both the things. Choose right, choose wisely, but be quick. And the time now is for all the Indian industries, all the Indian, maybe any industry, is to open the mouth, the eyes, and the ears of the three monkeys. Be ready We have to be spoken, we have to be listening, and we have to be watching. Thanks. That's my take.
Very well summarized. So thank you all, my esteemed co-panelists. It was a pleasure asking questions and having these wonderful conversations. Thank you to the team at Entrain. Thank you, Kiran. I think we are through with our discussion, and thank you for your wonderful insights and wisdom. It was an absolute pleasure and privilege to be talking to this esteemed panel. I thoroughly enjoyed myself, and thank you for this opportunity again. Wish you all.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Sachin. Thank you, Binu.
Thank you, Gautam. Thank you, Binu. It has been a very, very learning phase for me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunil.
Thanks, Neil, for giving the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was absolutely action-packed panel discussion. This was absolutely amazing. Big thank you to wonderful moderator and panelists for sharing your knowledge. I hope you personally enjoyed it, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so after this full action-packed long take panels discussion, this was absolutely innovative, informative. Now the real action starts. I observed one thing, that in a 20-minute break, maximum people didn't get a lot of time to do a networking. They said that we got a very less time, so no worries. Now we have ample of time. Please utilize this time for networking, and please talk to the booth representatives. So we are open now for networking. Please go ahead and start using this time. Remember, you click on smiley icon on the top, edit your profile, add all the information. Don't forget to carry your event bag at the end after networking, and exchange business card. Most important, visit our booth of Siemens, Info, and Neosoft. You're at the booth section. Once you click on exhibition hall, go to booth. When you go to specific booth, on the right hand side you see the video chat option. Click on there. You will be able to talk to the speakers, booth representatives. That is very, very innovative. So utilize this. Click on the brochures, all the clickables, click on the video logos, and get maximum information. Ladies and gentlemen, please go ahead, and the forum is open for the networking session. Thank you so much. Good luck.